Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Council. First, may I remind you of some domestic arrangements. Toilets are situated outside the meeting room opposite the stairs. Cold water is available in the breakout area outside the meeting room. If the fire alarm should sound, please leave the meeting room by following the fire exit signs and meet on the Ipswich Town Football Club training pitch. Do not re-enter the building until you are told to do so, that it's safe to do so. Please switch off all mobile phones or turn them to silent. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be filmed except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the Council to have consented to being filmed. By entering this meeting, you are also consenting to being filmed by the Council and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph, or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. We have a very full agenda of business to consider this evening, and we must leave the premises before 10 o'clock this evening. Therefore, I ask and encourage all councillors to ensure that their questions and debate are succinct and to the point, and not a repeat of others' questions and comments. To ensure that we get through all of the items on the agenda, I will allow a maximum of 45 minutes for questions and debate on each substantive item, whilst at the same time ensuring that the debate is fair and not curtailed. It is my intention to take a 10-minute break at approximately 2 hours from the start of the meeting. I would ask all councillors to ensure that they return to the chamber promptly thereafter. Can I also remind you all to speak directly into your microphones and avoid putting any papers or other items in front of them when speaking. Thank you. I will now move to the agenda, and the first item on the agenda is apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chair. I have apologies from Councillors Carter, Otten, Passmore, Phillips, Scarfe and Turner. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2, are there any declarations of interest by councillors? Okay. There are none. Then we'll move to item number 3. Item number 3 is paper MC/21/7 to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 24th of May 2021 for accuracy only. Are there any issues with accuracy? Councillor Weller.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, really. On page 19, my sub on the Suffolk Police and Crime Panel, it states here that the sub is Councillor Sarah Mansell, which I think is correct. However, the County Council seem to be still inviting Councillor Terence Carter. So if that could be clarified, I would be grateful, please.
Thank you, Councillor. So we're good to go?
Yeah.
All right. So with bearing that in mind, could I have a proposer, please? Councillor Gould? And could I have a seconder? Councillor Caston? Okay. I will now ask the Corporate Manager, Governance and Civic Office to conduct the vote.
Thank you, Chair. On this occasion, we are going to take a hands-up vote, consensus vote. So all those in favour, please, if you could raise your hands. Thank you. Chair, that's carried.
That's carried. Which takes us on to item number 4, paper MC/21/8, Chairman's announcement. As you can see, I've attended a few functions, and I was delighted to hold my own function, which was a barbecue at the Cedars Park Community Centre in Stowmarket. And I'm duly grateful and thank all the people that were able to make it. And indeed, for those that didn't make it and contributed and donated, thank you very much indeed. You'll all be pleased to know that we raised over £550 on the day. So thank you very much. I'm sure. I will now move on to item 5 on the agenda, which is the leader's announcements. I would like to invite Councillor Morley to present her update.
Thank you, Chair. Due to the length of the agenda tonight, I'm not proposing to go into any leaders' announcements. Everything that we've done over the last few weeks has been fully circulated amongst you all, and if any of you have got any questions, then feel free to email me and we'll answer them outside of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Morley, for that. I wanted to ask about the Afghan refugee situation that the Home Office has taken over the Cedars Park Hotel. And I wanted to know what locals can do to support these Afghan refugees that are apparently moving in. Well, everyone's moving out on Friday, so they'll be moving in soon after. What support is Mid-Suffolk planning to give to the Afghan refugees in Stowmarket? And for the people who've been told to leave Cedars by tomorrow, those people that are sort of living there, as in they've got, you know, they might live there in a week because they live elsewhere but work in Stowmarket, what support the council can give them to find further accommodation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Eburn. Yes, there is something underway. The location is confidential and should not be mentioned in public. Just because it is in social media elsewhere doesn't mean that we should also be mentioning it. But I will ensure that everybody's updated with the relevant information as soon as we get more notification from the Home Office.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That takes us to item number 6, which is to receive notification of petitions in accordance with council procedures.
Thank you, Chair. None received.
Thank you. Okay, we'll then move right along to item number 7, questions by the public in accordance with council procedure rules. Should I put it out there? By the public. Want to do this one? Okay. My apologies. Should be questions by councillors in accordance with council procedures rules. So we have some questions that have been tabled. So can I would like to read the question from Councillor Otten as she's not here today. So bear with me. And the question from Councillor Otten is as follows. The menopause is a natural stage of life, but can lead to long-term changes in physical and emotional health for women, including transgender. It is rarely discussed. What support does the council and its partners have in place to help and advise? That is a question from Councillor Otten. I would like to invite Councillor Morley to respond.
There is guidance on Connect which details how we can support women through this stage in their lives. The guidance also offers tips and support from our people. The Employee Assist Programme, which all staff and councillors can access, has a section in that app which can also provide guidance and support. As with all guidance, we do review, and whilst this is comprehensive, it is one we will look at as part of our policy and guidance review.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. I'd like to then move to the next question that had been posed, and that's from Councillor Mellon. Councillor Mellon?
Thank you, Chair. My question is this. This council declared a climate emergency in July 2019 and is making progress towards the goal of being a carbon neutral local authority by 2030. However, this will be futile if we do not also see a reduction in carbon emissions from all sources in the district. Given the recent code red warning from the IPCC and the urgency of this task, what measures is the administration taking to encourage everyone in Mid-Suffolk, residents, homeowners, landowners, businesses and all other organisations, to reduce their own carbon emissions with the aim of achieving net zero by 2030? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I would like to invite Councillor Morley to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. I'm glad that you agree that we're making progress. We have just switched our waste fleet to hydro-treated vegetable oil, immediately reducing its carbon emissions by 90%, the very first rural council to do so. We're installing a solar carport at our Mid-Suffolk Leisure Centre in Stowmarket, enabling electric car users to charge their vehicles, but also to capture clean energy for use within the leisure centre. We will soon see the results of the extensive mapping exercise undertaken with the Suffolk Wildlife Trust to understand our habitats and enabling us to protect and enhance wildlife corridors in our district. We're offering free trees and hedgerows to towns and parishes and have seen a fantastic take-up of this offer, again increasing the infrastructure for our biodiversity. We are a community leader in this space. We must encourage and influence our communities by setting an example. But our biggest message is simply make a conscious change. As small as it may seem, not wasting water, not wasting food, stop using plastics, avoid the car where possible, and switch to a green energy tariff. But to highlight just 2 areas where we are specifically encouraging change. Firstly, our local energy showcase. Businesses and community organisations are being urged to tackle climate change by joining Babergh and Mid-Suffolk's first ever showcase event celebrating sustainability and green energy. The local energy showcase, organised by Mid-Suffolk District Council alongside Babergh Council, will promote how different types of energy can be used by communities and businesses to help reduce their impact on the environment, lower costs and contribute to the fight against climate change. Tickets, which are free, are now available for the 2-day extravaganza at Worsted Park on the 21st and 22nd of October. The event is open to all businesses with an interest in finding out more about local energy solutions, as well as community groups and parishes who would like to understand and explore the benefits of using local energy solutions. The Local Energy Showcase marks the Council's recognition of a climate emergency and their commitment to the Suffolk-wide aim to become carbon neutral by 2030. Aims to inform and update visitors on the latest in green energy. Featuring keynote speeches from specialists in the field, workshops, as well as the chance to participate in a Q&A session with a panel of experts on a range of topics. The event will also feature a marketplace for green energy businesses and organisations to showcase their products and services, demonstrate how local energy solutions can be installed and used, and how switching energy supplies can lower greenhouse emissions and reduce energy costs. Delegates will have the opportunity to network with and learn from leaders in the fields of carbon reduction, heat networks and solar energy. Practical workshops will include understanding the concepts of becoming net zero, how to access green grants and funding, and how to reduce energy consumption. I would encourage everyone to attend this exciting and informative event. Secondly, I would like to highlight our Food Savvy campaign. This campaign, led by the Suffolk Waste Partnership, helps the people of Suffolk reduce their food waste and save money at the same time. 52,000 tonnes of food gets thrown away in Suffolk every year. About a third of our black bin rubbish is wasted food. The Food Savvy project teaches people about planning a food shop, storing food, portion control, freezing, sharing and composting. We know for certain that each of us changing our behaviours and making environmentally friendly choices will make the biggest difference to achieving our aspiration of carbon neutrality.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Councillor Mellon, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
I would, Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Very grateful for the details of that conference. I've booked a ticket for both days and I encourage everyone else to do so. I'm sure that she heard the Prime Minister's speech to the UN last night, where he somewhat bizarrely contradicted Kermit the Frog.
Sorry, Councillor Miller, can you get to your
I'm coming
question?
to a question, yeah. I promise you. I'm not quite sure which of them is the bigger muppet. But we are going to have to start asking our residents to start making difficult choices in the years ahead about how they live, how they travel, what they eat, and how they heat their homes.
Councillor.
When will we as a council start being
Councillor
honest?
Meadows.
It's a
Get to your
question.
You've been going on for a while. Please get to your question.
Is this administration ready to provide the leadership on this issue that Mid-Suffolk needs? Thank you.
Councillor Morley.
Yes, we are.
Thank you. All right. I'd now like to move to the next question, which is from Councillor Stringer. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Just grappling with the technology. Sorry about that, it's not loading up as quick as it should. Here we go. Oh, hang on. Sorry, Chair. This is not loading up. Sorry, Chair. David, Councillor Byrne, I think I can remember it. Would you agree that oh, hang on, here we go. Thank you. Would the portfolio holder agree that we need to give back to local communities a strong voice in local housing and planning policies, both to ensure development is appropriate to local need and to engage communities in sustainable development? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Councillor Stringer. As you know from our conversations, not just as part of the member working group for the joint local plan, but also from the detailed conversations we had as part of framing our council's response to the planning white paper, we share a desire to see our communities having a stronger voice in the planning process. Indeed, I have been developing a motion to present to council that would emphasise this very point. The draft of that motion currently states, this council applauds the government's desire to improve and simplify the planning system, encourage greater community involvement in the plan-making process, and provide increased importance for neighbourhood plans. To achieve this, this council believes that planning works best when developers and the local community work positively together and do so early in the process to shape local areas and deliver necessary new homes and related infrastructure. It therefore supports the right of communities to engage fully in the whole planning process by the full use of digital technology, participation in local and neighbourhood plans, and maintaining the right to object to individual planning applications, whether they conform with the local plan or not. Now, following recent changes to cabinet roles within government and the subsequent news that Michael Gove is going to pause the proposed planning reform, I will be writing to him to make similar points and to emphasise the importance of community participation in the planning process.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Stringer, would you like to ask a supplementary?
Yes, I would, and I'm very grateful for your patience for my tech freezing. It's now unfrozen. I do have a supplementary. I note with interest that you use the words that you're writing to government to ask them to simplify the planning service and the planning regime. But of course, the planning regime has been simplified over the last decade, leaving communities to feel that they have less influence over the system than they had a decade ago. So would the portfolio holder agree that is this government best placed to give us back this power?
Thank you. Councillor Byrne, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. I'm not necessarily going to agree to answer that question as you put it, but I do accept that what you are saying about the simplification of the planning system has eroded the contribution that the communities can provide. It may be that as a result of looking at that motion again, the draft that I just read out to you, and looking at the development as I've seen it happen over the course of the last few weeks on the approach to the planning reforms, I might well not include the word simplify in the letter to Michael Gove. That letter has not yet been written, but as I say, it will be drafted along similar lines to the one I just read out to you as a motion. The simplification element of it, I think you're probably right. It doesn't necessarily fit to the ideal of increasing community involvement. So I shall make sure that is the principal message and nothing much more.
Thank you. I would like now to invite Councillor Eburn to ask her question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Following the Local Government Association General Assembly meeting in July, please can you report to Council what initiatives were made then to support local government involvement at this year's UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, COP26, and advise Council of the task force work done towards net zero. In view of this, what will Mid Suffolk be doing to specifically support the COP26 work? Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask Councillor Fleming to respond.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Eburn, for your question about COP26, which is, I think, very pertinent at this time. I just would like to give the Council a little bit of perspective about what the Local Government Association General Assembly meeting was about in July, so that you know, you're not wondering what the context of this question is. Here, this meeting highlighted the work and the importance of local councils in meeting our climate change goals. And I quote, "Councils have a significant role to play in tackling the climate emergency. They are well placed to translate national climate ambitions into transformative action through their roles in," and here some particular topics are pulled out by the LGA: place shaping, purchasing, direct delivery, managing assets, including social housing, and as communicators. And on that basis, I'm just going to say a little bit about what we are doing under these headings in support of the whole initiative of local councils working for the COP26 objectives. And I'm proud to say here that Mid Suffolk is recognised as a leader in environmental initiatives and is ahead of most councils in this regard. There are many areas where this council's actions are reassuringly consistent with the priorities advocated by the LGA leading up to COP26, which I've just mentioned, and which I will just make a couple of specific references to. Under place shaping, the Council, as the lead local planning authority, has perhaps the most potential to make positive changes. And given the expectations in the new NPPF about good design and what development should achieve, our planning team is fully on board with these expectations for change and are considering how best to put into practice the messages in the new NPPF through consideration of a local design code and working with communities. These actions, I would add, are already part of our carbon reduction management plan in Section 8. In purchasing, one of the actions of our climate change action plan is to review procurement arrangements and adopt a whole life costing approach. We understand there's a lot more work to be done as we address the more challenging aspects of carbon management within the supply chain. Direct delivery. By this, the LGA implies support for new technologies and putting actions in place on the ground. Here, the district is leading in its innovations, as Councillor Morley has mentioned, and on a grander scale, I hope that Gateway 14 and the anticipated Freeport will enable the district to really show its capacity to lead on an all-important national scale exemplar commercial project. Managing assets, we're in the process of assessing and investing in improving council assets and assisted housing, providing grants and
helping those who need them most. And communication, the district is also actively involved with communities and its own staff to increase environmental awareness. Regarding the task force for net zero and what we're actually actively doing, clearly none of us, as far as I know, are attending COP26 in Glasgow, although there may be some people across the room who may be. But I will just mention that there is a dedicated local government day on the 11th of November, which is part of COP26. And the LGA is asking for a dedicated chapter for subnational governments in the official agreement reached at COP26. And finally, the LGA is asking for a commitment to be made by government to empower local councils to work within the updated nationally determined contributions to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The LGA will have an exhibition stand at COP26 for one day, the Cities, Region and Built Environment Day, that being the 11th of November, which is open to all councils in the UK, who are invited to participate by sending photographs and a brief description of innovative work that they are doing. Thank you.
So, thank you, Councillor Fleming. Councillor Eben, would you like to ask a supplementary question? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Fleming, very much for that. I had expected to ask the leader, as she is our representative on the LGA Assembly, and we haven't yet had a report from her from that meeting in July in accordance with the protocol for outside bodies. But I appreciate your response. And I would like specifically to know if we are, at that meeting, it was discussed the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration and UK 100, which is about energy, which we've just heard about. Will Mid Suffolk be signing up to those two protocols? Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. I will have to get back to you concerning those two protocols, but I can say that Mid Suffolk is participating in the local government open day on the 11th of November. We're going to put forward some photographs and a description of our HVO project to the COP26 exhibition.
Thank you, Councillor. I would now like to invite Councillor Field to ask his question.
Thank you to Councillor Haddingham. Many of the population, after a visit to hospital for treatment, after some sort of health event, require adaptations to their accommodation. The process usually commences with reference to an occupational therapist who determines what adaptations are appropriate, then work's undertaken by our staff. Could you tell us how long it is currently taking from the sort of initial referral through the implementation of these adaptations, perhaps on average and as a maximum?
Thank you. I would like to ask Councillor Haddingham to respond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Field, for your question. Members will be aware that at the turn of the year, Suffolk authorities introduced the Independent Living Service, which now provides the Disabled Facilities Grant service to residents. At present, Babergh and Mid Suffolk internally are unable to report the length of time individual elements of the DFG process takes from end to end. Work is underway to introduce key performance indicators that will be recorded in the systems we use. During the first 9 months of this year, officers have been prioritising the transfer of data from existing Orbit systems to our own, alongside catching up on the historic OT backlog. We can confidently advise members this evening that the process of administrating minor adaptations and grants are currently completed in a matter of a few weeks. Historically, for several years, members will be conscious that a significant proportion of the DFG budgets were unspent year on year. However, the outturn for 2021 demonstrates the budget was fully committed, which is ensuring the volume of works and performance of the service has improved rapidly and significantly during the past 12 months. Of course, disabled facility grants will vary in complexity and scale, so it can take up to 6 months or longer. Your question, Councillor Field, refers specifically to hospital discharge. In addition to the independent living service, there are services within Suffolk, namely Stepping Home, which supports the process of hospital discharge and is aimed at reducing housing-related hospital admission and delayed discharge. The project has units of accommodation in temporary house patients who are in imminent risk of hospital admission due to their housing or unable to be discharged for housing reasons. The performance of our independent living service is being monitored by Suffolk Housing Board at a county-wide level, while we expect to bring updates on performance to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haddingham. Councillor Field, would you like to ask a supplementary?
I think Councillor Haddingham covered the supplementary I had in that quite comprehensive reply. Would point out that a few weeks is a considerable issue to such people who require these adaptations.
So we'll now move to the next item on the agenda, which is questions by members of the public.
Thank you, Chair. None received.
Okay. We will then move on to the next item on the agenda, item 9. This is paper MC/21/9. This is the Overview and Scrutiny Committee report. I would like to invite Councillor Wellham to introduce paper MC/21/9, which is for noting.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. This report covers 3 meetings, one of which had to be adjourned. The Joint Council reviewed its work during the previous year, 2020 to 2021, and came up with some recommendations for improving how we manage our workload during the current and the future years. Key seems to be to increase the size of the committee. We've had to adjourn a meeting when it became inquorate. Just this week we would have run into trouble similarly if we hadn't rushed to finish by 1 o'clock. A joint overview and scrutiny were asked to consider 4 specific points in respect of SIFCO. A number of concerns about past performance were raised and concerns for the future. However, to avoid discussion of a political nature, I asked these be left for the respective council meetings. The Joint Committee agreed that the business plan was robust and the areas left for future consideration include the effectiveness of KPIs, targets for sustainability and possible shortfall in repayments. These matters may well be included in the debate later this evening. The Council also looked at the process and timeline for the review of the joint parking strategy. There are a number of detailed suggestions were made and they're listed in my report. 2 information bulletins were also received and they're referred to in my report, as are the proposed work plans. Members will note that work has commenced on a review of rural transport as requested at the last meeting of this Council. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wellham. Are there any questions for Councillor Wellham on his report? Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regards to the work plan for overview and scrutiny, I note that on the 18th of October, there is some work to scrutinise the way the Cabinet is working and whether this works for the Council. Will that review include the suggestion from Babergh District Council where they're considering the effectiveness of Cabinet versus a committee system? My second question, if I may, Chair, please could the Scrutiny Committee urgently look at the health provision in Mid-Suffolk District, particularly in Stowmarket and the surrounding areas, such as the current shortage of GPs and issues with dental services, which is with increased pressure lately coming from housing development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Eburn. Councillor Wellham?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Eburn, for that question. I note that there was a debate about Cabinet and committee systems at the Babergh Council meeting, and since then there has been a suggestion that from my colleague, the chair of Babergh Overview and Scrutiny, that's a matter that we will have to discuss. And just tomorrow we have a chair's briefing when that is obviously will be raised. And it doesn't seem sensible that we have 2 different reviews of the way that Cabinet operates. It's much better, I think, that we look at the whole thing across both districts, the questions being raised in both districts. So, yes, I can't say that will definitely be included in the work plan, but it will be considered tomorrow. In terms of health provision in Mid-Suffolk, yes, I think we have referred to a shortage of GPs, and also there's been reference to difficulty in getting dental appointments. That is also a matter that can be looked at when we have the chairs and vice chairs meetings tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wellham. Are there any other questions on that report? All right, thank you. So that report was for noting only. So we'll now move on to item number 10, which is recommendations from Cabinet committees. And the first part of that item is in paper MC/21/10, the annual Treasury Management Report for 2020-21. I would like to invite Councillor Muller to introduce this paper and to move the recommendations in the report. Councillor Muller.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Treasury Management 2020-21 Outturn Report was discussed at Joint Audit and Standards Committee on the 26th of July. It provides details of investment, performance, effects of decisions taken during the period and confirms compliance with the Council's Treasury Management Policy. The COVID pandemic and the impacts of a global lockdown dominated 2020-21. The start of the financial year saw many central banks cutting interest rates as lockdowns caused economic activity to grind to a halt. The UK government provided a range of fiscal stimulus measures, the size of which has not been seen in peacetime. The vaccine approval and subsequent rollout programme are both positives, but there remains much uncertainty around the level of losses that banks and building societies will suffer due to the economic slowdown. The Bank of England held the bank rate at 0.1% throughout the year, but they extended its quantitative easing programme by 150 billion to 895 billion in November 2020. The UK unemployment rate was 5% in the 3 months to January 2021. Unemployment is expected to increase as the various government job support schemes come to an end. Inflation has remained low over the 12-month period. Latest figures show the annual headline rate of UK Consumer Price Index fell to 0.4% year on year in February, below expectations 0.8%, and still well below the Bank of England's 2% target. More specifically for Mid-Suffolk, the Council was able to take advantage of holding additional cash from government grants received relating to COVID-19 until they were paid out to support local businesses. This has increased Treasury investment activity during the year. The Council operated within the daily bank account limits. Short-term debt has increased by £19.6 million. The Council lent a further £19.3 million to Sifco Limited and a further £600,000 to Gateway 14 Limited. All investment activities undertaken were in accordance with the approved counterparty list. The Council's investment activities, including average returns, can be found at Appendix C of the report. The investment in Funding Circle has reduced by £53,000 as unallocated funds have been reclaimed and existing loans repaid, leaving balance on the 31st of March as £162,000. The Council was compliant with the upper limits for interest rate exposure. The investment activity undertaken for the year was done so in priority order of security and liquidity over yield as prescribed in the Treasury Management Strategy. Members should note that in Appendix C, paragraph 1.4, Table 4, page 24, in the Mid-Suffolk table, there are two figures in the 31st of March 21 balances which have been transposed. The CCLA balance should read 5 million and not 2 million, and the Investec balance should read 2 million and not 5 million. I can confirm there has been no change in either of the amounts invested in these funds. I would therefore like to propose the two recommendations outlined on page 31 of the paper, and I call for a seconder. Thank you.
Councillor Custin?
Happy to second that, Chairman.
And if members have any questions, Catherine Still and Rebecca Hewitt are here to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Muller. We're going to now move to questions and debate. And can I just reiterate the comment I made right at the beginning? If you're asking a question, ask the question. we will have plenty of debate. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just one. Table 8.2, which looks at the risks that we are exposed to. The second risk is the risk of achieving poorer returns on the investments, and that is rated as probable with a noticeable impact. And my question is, why, given that risk, do we not protect ourselves somewhat and reduce the or increase the security by divesting from the assets which are invested in fossil fuel? We risk both the poorer returns and capital losses on that score if the investments become stranded assets.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Muller?
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Matheson, for your question. Could I ask either Catherine Steele or Rebecca Hewitt to answer that question, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Muller. Thank you, Councillor Matheson, for the question. Just to say that investment in fossil fuels is something that we had a long debate about at a previous Joint Audit and Standards Committee when we looked at the ESG policy and potential ways that we could do better in that regard. In terms of divesting, you will see from the report that the current value of most of those investments is actually below what we invested. So if we divest some of that at this point in time, the council will make a loss. So my advice as your Section 151 officer is that we wait for the values to come up, then we consider how we can reinvest that. But again, it's something that we had a conversation about at Joint Audit and Standards in terms of, is there a point that the council might actually accept a loss to actually make a different investment? So that is something that we are continuing to look at and investigate. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was my understanding at that Joint Audit and Standards Committee that the committee did resolve to recommend that the divestment happened. So I understand the quandary of being in a position where at the moment we would lose funds, but would that not be the case whenever we did it? There would be some penalty for transferring investments, and so what is the predicted timescale for the council to be able to make that kind of decision? Thank you.
If I could ask the Section 151 officer to respond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that question. I might need to go back and double check the notes that came from the Joint Audit and Standards, but my recollection was that there was a recommendation to Cabinet for us to go back to fund managers and ask them about potential divestment. So I don't think the actual decision was made to divest. I think the decision might be been about trying to see if that was a possibility, but I'll certainly go back and just double check the resolution from Joint Audit and Standards. Thank you.
And about the timescale?
Yes.
No.
What? I'm sorry, Councillor. Could you?
I was going to say we were looking at it, so I don't think the timescales have been set yet.
Okay. My apologies, Councillor. Councillor Field, you have a question?
Sorry to delay things. Yes, just to look at the performance of the CCLA and Schroders investments on sort of at the bottom of page 51 and the top of the next page. There seems to be quite a dramatic difference there between the CCLA numbers, where the value has dropped quite by a small amount, and the others have dropped quite substantially. I wondered if you could comment there and if we're taking any action about that, or is that frozen, hoping that they go up again?
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. As we know, with markets, things do go up and down and are dependent on economic conditions. So different funds will have different valuations at different point in time. The ones that have fared worse, I think, have got some equity investment. As we know, the equity market does go up and down, but over a period of time tends to go up. The same with property over a period of time. You know, property valuations fluctuate, but over the longer term, the valuations actually do see an upward trend. So I think it is just a reflection of the point that the valuations were taken and what was actually happening in the market. So I'm not taking any particular action as a result of that, but we'll continue to monitor the position.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wellen?
Thank you, Chair. Mine's a very, very simple question. If I could ask Councillor Muller to look at page 41, the very last number on the bottom of that page, not the 41, but above that. It looks to me as if the total borrowing is 142 and a bit million. If we were to divide that by the number of adults in Mid-Suffolk, what sort of number do you think we would get? I'd guess perhaps it's about £2,000. I wonder if the residents of Stowmarket realise that we have borrowed £2,000 on their behalf.
Councillor Muller?
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Wellham. Could I possibly ask the Section 15 officer to provide an answer to that question, please? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Just to say that a large proportion of the debt that is in that figure does relate to the housing stock of the council. I haven't got the exact split in front of me, but I believe it's around about 80 million of that 140 million relates to the housing stock, because when back in 2012, I think it was, we took on debt to actually keep all of the rental income from our housing stock. So a large proportion of that is sort of through that particular source. So the rest of the debt is mostly to do with Sifco. So that's what the general fund debt, if you like, is based around. And I'm sure, I know you've got another item on the agenda tonight about Sifco and the business plan, so I'm sure that will get some discussion at that point.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's at present, my understanding of this is that there's a book loss of around £12 million with respect to the sort of Sifco investments. And my question is regarding buying and selling property. Is a strategy being developed with regard to buying and selling property? And would that also incorporate looking at change of use of these properties? And will there be sight of, second question I'm afraid, a risk assessment with regards to this strategy?
Thank you, Councillor Warboys. Catherine?
Thank you for the question. Perhaps I could actually ask you to hold that question until the Sifco conversation that we're going to have later on the agenda, because I think it's probably more relevant for that discussion rather than the Treasury Management Report, if that's okay.
All right, thank you both. Are there any, if there are no further questions, then we'll move over to the debate. Councillors will only be allowed to speak once and for 3 minutes only, and this will be timed. So who would like to start the debate? Okay, right, no debate then. Councillor Muller, do you wish to add anything?
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. So there's no need for us to conduct a vote. We'll move on.
No, we do.
Oh, we do? Oh, right, I beg your pardon. Apparently we do need to conduct a vote. So I will ask the Corporate Manager Governance and Civic Office to conduct the electronic vote. Of course, on the recommendations, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, so Chair, on the recommendations, those are now showing in blue if councillors would like to place their vote. Thank you. Councillor Guthrie, are you okay, or do you want me to... We're going? Thank you, Chair. That is 26 for and 2 against.
Sorry, we're going to have to take a little pause while we wait for the relevant officers to appear. Right, we'll kick off again. So, item 10B, paper MC/21/11, Gambling Act 2005, no casino resolution. I would like to invite Councillor Guthrie to introduce paper MC/21/11 and to move the recommendations in the report. Councillor Guthrie.
There we are. Thank you very much, Chair. In 2018, the no casino resolution was requested by a councillor to be considered by full council in that year. Full council requested that the committee provided an evidence base for full council to make their determination. On the 16th of August 2021, the Licensing and Regulatory Committee met. The decision from the committee was to recommend that the full council determine whether to adopt a no casino resolution based on the evidence contained within the report. If the council decides to reject a no casino resolution,
There will be no need to debate this matter again unless the Secretary of State increases the licence allocation under the Gambling Act 2005. The key evidence within this report is as follows. As the full allocation for casinos under the Act has been granted and utilised countrywide, that's 8 large, 8 small and 1 regional casino, there is no provision available for a casino licence to be granted. It would need a suitable economic climate and the political will of government for the Secretary of State to lay legislation for a further allocation of casinos. There would be a requirement for Mid-Suffolk to bid on such an allocation if another provision of casinos were ever to become available. A further allocation is highly unlikely to happen, and in the foreseeable future, and central government are currently tightening restrictions in respect to gambling. The original concern regarding casinos stemmed from a planning application for the Snow Aces, which included plans to have a casino as part of the proposed activities on the site. This application has since been withdrawn, and the new proposed development in this area, Valley Ridge, has removed all reference to the provision of a casino. Mid-Suffolk District Council Licensing Authority have received no applications for a casino when the 2000 Act came into force to the present day. Research has also identified that none in the surrounding district and borough councils that border Mid-Suffolk Council have adopted a no casino resolution. Mid-Suffolk District Council have only 2 betting shops, and all other Gambling Act activities are mainly AWP machines, amusement with prizes, in licensed premises, and small lottery registrations. This is a decision that can only be made by full council, and the recommendation is at 3.1, followed by 3.2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guthrie. Could I have a seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Okay. So we will now move to questions. Councillors may ask as many questions as they wish. However, they must be relevant to the subject under discussion and must be a question. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry if I'm being a bit slow, but I don't really understand this recommendation. So could you please clarify? Because all it says is this council considers whether or not to adopt a no casino resolution. To my mind, surely what we are the council. Are we not here to actually resolve to either make a no casino resolution or to reject a no casino resolution, rather than, because all this recommendation is saying is that we're going to consider it. So I don't really understand what I am going to be voting on when it comes to that stage. So please could somebody clarify exactly what we'll be voting on in due course. Thank you.
Thank you,
Happy
Councillor.
to answer that.
Councillor Guthrie? Yeah.
If you don't want to put this resolution forward, then you reject the recommendation. If you want this resolution in this council, then you vote for it. It's as simple as that.
I'm sorry, just one moment, please, Councillor Mansell. I think we need to get some advice on this.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, councillors, the recommendation as it's written in the report is not suitable for you to vote on in its current form because it does say consider. It gives you 2 options. But you need to have a debate first. So the process that we're going to need to follow is that the council will have its debate, and then there'll need to be some clarification from the mover around, following that debate, is the will of the council to make a no casino resolution or to reject a no casino resolution, and then we will amend the wording in the recommendation that you're going to be voting on. Equally, for 3.2, you're not being asked as a council to decide that it doesn't need to be voted on again. That's in the statute, so it's to note that you won't need to debate it again in 3 years' time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, right, Councillor Eburn?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm glad that's clarified because I had the same question. what I was wondering is, what is the license? Does the licensing committee have a view on one or the other? And in the paper, there don't seem to be any details about the benefits of a no casino approach. So to me, a no casino approach means we don't have a casino, which is various health benefits, various gambling issues, and so on and so forth. But there isn't any, that's just my anecdotal, there doesn't seem to be any thing in this paper. And secondly...
Sorry, Councillor Eben, what is your question?
So firstly, what's licensing committee's view? Secondly, what is the benefit of a no casino approach? And thirdly, if Snow Oasis is not considering one anymore, are there any other organisations that are considering a casino in our district? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Guthrie?
Well, I can answer the last one first, because it said in the paper there that no one has applied for it, so that's that one. And I've forgotten the other two. I wasn't at the last one, but I think it was a 50-50 split, was it not? Yes, it was a 50-50 split, yeah. But it was on the chairman's casting vote, but I wasn't there, sorry. And the other question? The benefits of a no casino approach. Well, that's for you to decide, but I mean, if there's no need for one, why have one? But that's just a personal view that you have to look at it yourself.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for the councillor? Councillor Stringer?
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Don't want to re-rehearse that question, but Councillor Eburn asked if anyone was considering developing a casino. You answered as to, you said that no one had applied. That's actually a different answer to a different question. Can I just ask, what does the paragraph at 8.1 actually means? Because I'm really struggling with what that paragraph means. So if someone could explain that would be really, really helpful. Thank you, Chair.
I'm just coming back at, I can't look into someone's mind whether they're considering something or not, so sorry about that, I can't answer that. And 8.1, you were at the committee, I believe,
Councillor Guthrie, maybe I could help. Maybe we could get the monitoring officer to shed some light.
I was just going to say on that one, yes, please. I was just looking at it. It's rather long. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry, Councillor Guthrie, if I've jumped in preemptively there. Councillor Stringer, I believe you're referring to the paragraph ahead of the risk management matrix. That paragraph explains the closest link to any risks that are contained within the Council's significant risk register. So it's just providing a link back to our significant risk, as well as any particular risks associated with this report.
Sorry, I really don't want to prolong this. I was expecting you to explain it, because that doesn't seem to be a risk to me. If we decide not to adopt, and it's a double negative, which I hate, not to adopt a no casino resolution and a future casino application is granted, further risks may arise. Well, if you don't agree a no casino resolution, anyone would assume that you may be lukewarm to the idea. So how would that then be a risk? I don't understand. I really don't understand how that's worded. Sorry, Chair.
Well, can you shed a bit more light on this?
Chair, that's probably a question best directed to the report author.
Councillor Guthrie? I guess possibly we should direct this to one of the officers. Yeah? Councillor Guthrie, should we direct it to one of the officers involved? Yeah.
I'm not really sure I understand the question. Is it possible to have that again, just so that I can fully answer that, Councillor?
Yes, of course, of course. 8.1 says that it's closely related to a business risk, number 14, that we may be perceived as untrustworthy and have a poor reputation. If the council do not decide, and the case that could arise according to this risk matrix is if we do not adopt a no casino resolution. So I understand that the no casino resolution falls, and then we get a future casino application. Well, why would that damage our risk? Because we've said we've not declared a no casino resolution. that would surely a developer would assume that we'd be lukewarm to the idea and maybe warm towards it. So how would that be a risk to our reputation? Surely the reputational risk would be if we adopted a no casino resolution and then granted one in the future.
Okay. The way I'm reading it is if we decide not to adopt it, it's what the future risks would be if someone came to us to apply for one. So that's potentially the risks that we are putting the organisation in if we were to grant a future application for a casino, is the way I'm reading it.
Councillor Guthrie?
May I speak to the motion, or do we have to have further questions?
Are there any further questions? So, Councillor Pratt?
Yes, just a very quick one. So, I understand the point that you're making with regards to, you know, if we do decide not to adopt a no casino resolution, the further key risks may arise. But what I'm struggling to understand is why gambling being perceived by many to be a negative and have an adverse effect on individuals becoming addictive, lacking social interaction, etc., is considered to be too unlikely. So I wondered how this risk matrix was put together, and actually shouldn't that be free, quite likely?
Can I ask the licensing officer to respond?
Yeah, we put together the report and we assessed it, and we had input from the audit team who looked through all of this, and they were quite happy with the recommendation we put forward.
You have another question, Councillor?
I don't, but I'm not too sure how, you know, if somebody did apply for an application for a casino, why it's unlikely that gambling is going to be perceived as a negative thing, as an upshoot of that.
I'm not sure. I think we're in danger of going around in ever decreasing circles here. So I think at this point, Councillor, and I see lots of heads nodding, I think we should pause questions. I don't see any others, and go to debate. So that said, usual rules of debate. Okay. Right, okay. So councillors will only be allowed to speak once for 3 minutes, and this will be timed. And then, so who would like to start? So Councillor Amarossan.
Thank you, Chair. So despite there being some conflicting aspects to this debate, the evidence that I find most compelling are the findings which show that gambling casinos are associated with putting greater burden on social services, which I'm sure this council will choose to avoid. This leads me to conclude that what happens in Vegas should stay in Vegas. So I think we've got an opportunity just to say, you know, this isn't for us, so let's do that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Guthrie?
Thank you very much indeed. I think sort of what we really need to focus on is there are no licences. There will very unlikely to be any licences. And if we have to pass this resolution, it's going to be a cost to the council. And at the moment, it's an unnecessary cost. It can always come back should there ever be the government's desire to start sending out licences and everybody's starting to apply for it. So I think it would waste a lot of council time, debate and money. Thank you.
Councillor Humphreys?
Mr Chair, thank you. I concur with you, really. The Gambling Commission reckon there's 430,000 people affected from gambling. Now, affected means they're either poor, they've got no money because it's all owed in debts, mental health issues, stress, effects on the family, food, everything. I think this is a golden opportunity to say no. If this was the environment, we'd all be jumping up and down and planting trees. So this is an effect on our people. So therefore, we should do something about it. And I get your point, Councillor Guthrie, that no licences have come forward, but they will, or they might, and we need to have something in place that prevents it. So we don't have long debates. It's crystal clear on the way we're going to go forward. So personally, I'm totally against gambling, absolutely in every form. I agree with you. If you want to do it, get on the plane to Vegas or go down to London. I'm against it in our district. I think we need to protect our residents from that threat of gambling. I just can't believe that we'd actually not vote to have a no casino policy. Thank you.
Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Humphreys and Councillor Morrison. I think it would look very badly on this council if we said we're open to having a casino here. And I think this is our opportunity to say no. I don't think, it would put the council in a bad light. I think it would be bad for our reputation to say that we're effectively encouraging gambling, and even by leaving the door open, we're still effectively saying, well, in the future, you can come on down if the price is right. So I think we should recommend a no casino, resolution. Voting for, let's all go home. I think we should vote for a no casino resolution, and I hope that somehow we can change this resolution and put that through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. To be honest, this decision doesn't keep me awake at night, but I do have more concerns in my local village shop, when I see people ahead of me buying long strings of scratch cards and lottery tickets than perhaps the high roller gambling in the casino. And I do wonder, from this point of view, where would we stop? Do we then go on to ban betting shops? Do we then decide to stop the sale of lottery tickets? From a health point of view, do we decide to ban the sale of alcohol in public houses? Do we ban the sale of fast food outlets? So to me, this is a slippery slope, and I just think I think we should not have a no casino policy and see what happens.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe Councillor Field wanted to have a word.
Thank you, Chair. Tempted to advocate we go with all the things that Councillor Whitehead wants banned, but to be serious about this for a second, the only application I know was Snow Oasis in my ward at that time, now Valley Ridge. I never had a great ambition to go there and gamble, basically because of what I perceive to be the adverse effect on people. It's not always high rollers, it's people who have relatively limited means but who exceed them greatly in such locations frequently. In fact, if you look in the table under 8.1, there seems to be a whole list of the problems there. The first one says casinos do not revive local economies, and then in italics it says I don't really understand this as a risk, which is interesting. But the next paragraph down says it could have an adverse effect on local property. The next one talks about gambling is perceived to be, by many, to be negative. There's a whole list of things there which says this is negative. There's not a demand for it. There are no licences available. So for goodness sake, let's agree to a no casino policy, and that's the end of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand this is a very confusing paper and idea, but actually adopting a no casino resolution won't give us any more protection from gambling than not adopting a no casino resolution. And that is, it's not clear in the paper why that is. But as Councillor Guthrie has said, there are very few gambling licences issued and a set limited number issued by the government, and they're all taken up. They weren't at the time that Snow Oasis was originally conceived. In the very unlikely event that one of those licences became free and available and was applied for in Suffolk, we could, at short order, adopt a no casino resolution so that we wouldn't have to entertain a new casino if we didn't want one. However, if we adopt a no casino resolution tonight, we will incur additional paperwork, bureaucracy, and the need to review that decision periodically. So I think the downside to adopting a no casino resolution is probably a small additional cost to the council, and as I see it, there is no downside to not adopting a no casino resolution.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morley?
Yes, like Councillor Fleming, and probably most of us here, I find gambling totally abhorrent. But this is not about that. There is no mechanism for a casino to appear in our or anybody else's district, for that matter. There is no mechanism in place for that. This has been brought about by, as Councillor Guthrie said in her introduction, the introduction of snow aces and the proposal at that time that this no casino resolution be adopted. Now, the mechanics for that mean that this has to come back to full council every 3 years with those ongoing costs of doing so. If we reject this, it makes no difference whatsoever because there is no mechanism for a casino to suddenly be applied for in our district. All we are doing, if you adopt this, is committing the council to ongoing costs every 3 years to go through this cycle every 3 years. I will be voting against this, despite my absolute abhorrence about gambling. But, you know, gambling online causes far more hazards, to my mind, than anything that could be before us under this motion, under this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stringer?
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to slightly caution about saying never. Governments can turn things around on the head of a pin. And I admire Councillor Fleming's confidence that we as a council could turn a motion round really quickly if we saw something that threatened our livelihoods on the horizon. The timescale of this motion probably would lead you to believe that's not possible. So the threat is not imminent, but it is still there. Governments can change their mind very quickly. The current government, if the Secretary of State for Local Communities stands up in the House of Parliament, that immediately becomes law. So it could happen tomorrow. Looking through the papers, it said it's evidence-based. Finding evidence about casinos is not terribly easy, so I have trawled some evidence that has been peer-reviewed. And the evidence suggests quite strongly that casinos create local jobs, but they're mostly part-time, low-skill jobs that do not pull households out of poverty. The other warnings it gives you is the opportunity cost to others that are considering other forms of development can be quite high. So if you do have a casino being developed, even though the government doesn't have a regime for saying yes to one, this is about a developer working up a scheme, nothing in law stops you designing a casino, even if the government doesn't have a policy mechanism at this current moment in time. It's the opportunity cost of others that might invest in that area if someone were developing a casino scheme. The current site where we had one muted wasted thousands of pounds in applying for that casino element and lobbying for that casino element to get where. This is an invest to save model to stop people in the private sector investing in something as a dream that may not come to reality and that we would reject in the end. Part of the other peer-reviewed evidence I found, and this was most compelling, is that low-income households that gamble at casinos spend more than double the average spend in low-income households on gambling overall.
Councillor,
And yeah,
you have
I'm
30
literally on my
seconds.
last sentence, Chair. So I will be voting for a no casino resolution to give the private sector that clarity about what we in Mid-Suffolk expect. And for once in my life, I can wholeheartedly 100% agree with Councillor Humphreys. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So now Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I think that this whole paper is difficult to follow because we're actually talking about a double negative. We're saying that we don't want to adopt a no casino policy, and it's actually quite difficult to get your head around that. And I'm still at odds as to what we're actually going to be voting on because, as I see it, we haven't actually got a votable recommendation yet. But I too agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Humphreys and Councillor Stringer and Councillor Amoroson in that I see very little reason to change what we've got now. We currently have, I believe, please forgive me if I've got this wrong, we currently have a no casino rule. I do vaguely remember debating it in council some time ago. And yes, it may well have been on the back of a Snow Oasis application. But we hear from Councillor Fleming that it doesn't make any difference because we can adopt one as soon as somebody threatens us or whatever. To me, that's still going to be a cost. And to do it at short notice may actually incur more costs than just having it on as a rolling programme. And yes, if we decide to have a no casino policy today and we have to discuss it again in 3 years' time, so be it. I am certainly of the opinion that we should continue to have a no casino policy, and I've yet to hear what I'll actually be voting on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to make a few brief comments. The first is that I completely agree with what Councillor Morley has said. I'm similarly, perhaps unsurprisingly, given what's on the agenda later, completely find gambling completely abhorrent and would not want to see it in our district. What I think is important to consider, though, is what's in the recommendation in this report that says, effectively, if we apologies, this is going to contain some more double negatives, but that if we do not pass a no casino resolution, we will not debate it again unless it becomes necessary because the allocations are increased under the Secretary of State. And as far as I'm concerned, we've set out a very clear position here now. I can't imagine at the moment anyone standing up and saying they really want to desperately push for one, for a casino. But I think if from my perspective, if we don't need to pass this motion, then let's not. I mean, we could go and list all of the things we don't want to see in the district, go even further than the list that Councillor Whitehead said. We could go, we don't want a Virgin Galactic spaceport in Mid-Suffolk, but I don't think that's going to have any tangible impact. And so unless the allocations are increased, I just can't see the purpose of this, even though I do understand the need to deter gambling in our communities, but I just don't see how this is going to make any meaningful impact in doing that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, when Councillor Stringer got up to speak, I was rather hoping he was going to impart the wisdom of previous councils on these matters, because his history does go back quite a long way on that. If he can remember what we've done before, because we've certainly been here before.
Thank you. Councillor Caston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The council doesn't have a no casino policy in place at the moment. My issue with this is I don't think we're giving up any control over not having a casino, but to say anything defined as a casino would be no good for this district without knowing what that actually looks like. I think I'm not happy with doing that. For instance, Councillor Whitehead said about the national lottery. If somebody said we're going to have a national lottery, and you can, you put money in, you've got very little chance of winning whatsoever. Is that a good idea or not a good idea? You'd probably say it's not a good idea. Yet the national lottery has put money into things all over this district and all over Suffolk. It's very debatable. So to put a blanket a casino or the definition of a casino in any shape or form is not acceptable in here. I wouldn't want to do that unless I could actually see what that would look like, because there are certain things that we could control over it, just like we do with planning, like safeguarding issues. I could go onto this computer and go on an online casino and spend an absolute fortune, all the family's money, and there's no restrictions on me at all. Yet, if you're in a casino, there are safeguarding issues. There are things that they have to do. A bit like a pub, for instance. If you stop someone from, if someone's in a pub and they've had too much to drink, they can be denied service and they can be turned away. If there isn't a pub and somebody stays at home drinking, you've got no control over that person's behaviour, how they behave with other people around them, and the quantity that they drink. So I'm not a casino fan. I don't think Councillor Moreso said about the Las Vegas style casino. For me, that wouldn't be acceptable. But we don't know exactly what would be on the table, and why would we say a no casino rule without actually looking at that? The chances of it happening are I'll wrap it up, are so slim, but we still have full control over any casino application that would come to our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wellen, I think you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's unfortunate we're comparing a casino with the National Lottery. I think they're completely different. Casinos are glitzy, they glamorise gambling, they make gambling look attractive and fun. And Councillor Caston wants to see what's on the table before he decides whether or not we should have a no casino policy. We know what sort of thing will be on the table. We don't want to see it, so we need the no casino policy now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Could I have a point?
I'm sorry.
I wanted a point of legal clarification, if I could. Could I make that ask? Sorry, Emily, we've heard it said that if a project for a casino came forward, we could immediately respond with a no casino resolution. If we choose to not vote for a no casino resolution tonight, could we in 3 months' time have a no casino resolution, given our 6-month rule?
Under the 6-month rule, you can't revisit a decision. However, if a third of the council requests that that decision is revisited, then it can be brought forward. So there is a means to do it, but you are right to point out that our governance procedures would apply when taking any further decision on the matter.
Right. Has he not been already? No. Councillor?
Yes. I think the issue here is one of perception. Gambling exists, National Lottery exists. For most people, a flutter on the lottery or the horses is just fun. But for some people, for some families, the effects are devastating. It destroys careers, breaks up families, and ruins people's health. There are numerous bodies throughout the country that advocate that we proceed with extreme caution with regard to gambling. And at present, the government is doing this. It is very strict about how many licenses have been issued. But these licenses have been issued under pressure from developers wanting to build casinos. Developers see an opportunity for building casinos. I think it's very important that we put out the message that we do not wish to see the escalation of gambling, that we do not wish to promote gambling on a huge scale, that we do not wish to profit from gambling on such a scale, because that's what it would mean. A developer would bring forward a proposition that there was a casino and the council would see, yes, we have rates, we can make a profit out of this. We can have SIL money. We have community benefits at the expense of people gambling. In gambling, the house always wins. It's the casino owners who will be making the profits. If we as a council wish to be part of that, then that is an issue that may or may not be debated in the future. I think we need to draw a line now in the sand that we have a no casino policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we heard earlier from the monitoring officer that we probably need to revisit exactly what it is that we're going to be voting on. So I'd like to call on the monitoring officer to provide advice.
Thank you, Chair. My suggestion would be to the Council is that the recommendation is changed to read that the Council adopts a no casino resolution. And then obviously if you disagree with adopting the no casino resolution, you would vote against. And if you want to adopt a no casino resolution, you would vote for. That does mean that the proposer and seconder would need to agree to that change. If you wanted to reverse it and go the other way, then you're going to be voting on that double negative statement, which actually I think in terms of public understanding of what you're voting on, it's much clearer to do it this way. So, Chair, my recommendation is that the recommendation put to the Council is that the Council adopts a no casino resolution, but we do need the proposer and seconder to agree to that change. And if that is, if that motion is passed, then 3.2 becomes irrelevant, so you won't vote on it.
Right. So, Councillor Guthrie?
Yes, very happy with that, thank you.
Councillor Muller?
Yes, happy with that, thank you.
Thank you all. I will now ask the Corporate Manager, Governance and Civic Office to conduct the electronic vote on the basis of that revised recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. That revised recommendation is now in the system and is showing in blue. If you could cast your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Warboys, are you able to vote, please? Thank you, that's just come. The voting is as follows. For the motion that Council adopts a no casino resolution, 16 votes. Against, 12 votes. No abstentions.
So that is carried. Okay, so we're going to move to item number 11. So we've just got to wait for some people to be to come into the chamber before we get started on that. Right, councillors, so we are at item 11. This is paper MC/21/12, Capital Investment in Fund Company Sifco Capital Limited, Business Trading and Performance Report for 2020-21, Part 1. I would like to welcome the following people to this meeting. Sir Christopher Howarth, Chairman of Sifco Capital Limited, Henry Cook, Director of Sifco Capital, Nigel Golder, he's the Director of Asset Management at JEL, one of our advisors, and Helen Rumsey, Partner at ENSAS. And with them is our Assistant Director for Assets and Investments and Managing Director of Sifco, Emily Attack. So, before we dive in, I would like to deal with this item in the open part of the agenda, if at all possible. So can I please ask members to refrain from asking any questions that relate to individual tenants and the associated risks. If you wish to ask questions on those details, please can you indicate, and we will move into closed session at that point before returning to open session to vote on the recommendations in the report. That said, I would now like to invite Councillor Gould to introduce paper MC/21/12 and to move the recommendations in the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by echoing your welcome to our guests, our advisors. I'm very pleased to see them here, particularly pleased to see them here. I'm also pleased to introduce the report detailing Sifco's capital performance over the last 12 months and the proposed business plan for the next year. The business plan is a fundamental part of Sifco's governance and ensures accountability to its shareholders. I particularly valued the contribution from the Joint Overview and Scrutiny Committee in June this year, which confirmed their view that the business plan is robust, and they expressed their confidence in the management of Sifco. At the end of the last financial year, Sifco had provided the councils with close to £5.5 million of net income since its inception in 2017, and that delivering approximately £1 million to this council during the last financial year, as we know, whilst facing unprecedented challenges as a consequence of the pandemic, and certainly providing the council with much needed income at this time. Sifco was able to withstand the challenges of the pandemic and continue to deliver income to this council, and this is a testament to the investment approach and the strong management of the Sifco portfolio since its inception, which has seen rent collection rates above the industry norm. The business plan identifies that the challenges of the pandemic are not behind us and takes a prudent approach to Sifco's financial management over the next few years, ensuring that the Sifco portfolio continues to provide income to the councils to support the delivery of services and projects locally, as well as creating a long-term legacy for Mid-Suffolk to benefit in the future. What I'd like to do before handing over to questions is pick out some key points in relation to Sifco. The council's investment in Sifco is now completed, with final sums being drawn down in March by Sifco, enabling the completion of 2 further properties during 21-22. The focus of the fund is to continue to generate income and add value where possible. Sifco has adopted a new sustainability focus and target. The rent collections, as I say, is held up well, with total arrears currently equating to 3.35% of the rent roll, which is 170k against a 5 million rent roll. And there's a downward trend in arrears of 185,000 in June. Tenant administrations, not unexpected in the current climate, resulted in 300k of bad debt being written off during the year. But Suffolk has made full debt repayments during 2021, despite the challenges of COVID. Colleagues will see in the report in the business plan, as part of prudential financial planning in response to COVID, Suffolk is seeking the capability to defer between 6 and 13% debt payments to the council over the next 3 years. But all sums will be repaid in full at the end of the 3-year period or added to the debt. Repayments will be accrued in the council's accounts. An additional interest will be paid for the deferred payments, which will be circa 50k if full deferment is used. Suffolk did make full repayments in June and continues to do so in September. Mid Suffolk last year has received net income of over £1 million, and the total net income received by the councils at the end of last financial year since 2017 is 2.86 million for Mid Suffolk. Total Suffolk pre-tax loss in 2021 of 4.58 million comprises 1.9 million of acquisition costs and 2.4 million downward adjustment in values, 2.4 million, primarily relating to those assets most impacted by COVID, namely properties in Harlow and Lincoln. So total losses since inception are circa 12.5 million, comprising stamp duty and fees, acquisition costs of 5.4 million, and market reductions in value of 7.1 million. These are book losses only realised if the assets were to be sold. And it is the expectation, in line with history, that property values will continue to rise over time, whatever short-term variations may be the case. Finally, capital investments planned during 2021-22 to add value, improve sustainability, and improve reletting opportunities. 3 of those projects are now completed and relet, and will be revalued next March. Okay, thank you, Jim. I'll leave it there and invite questions from colleagues after somebody has seconded the...
All right, thank you, Councillor Gould. I'll be happy to second your recommendations associated with your report. So with that, we will move to questions. As usual, councillors may ask as many questions as they wish. And please, can I urge you to be asking questions and not doing a war and peace beforehand? And who would like to kick off with the first question? Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of questions. Should I do them one by one?
Sure.
Okay, the first one. Mid Suffolk has invested nearly £5 million in equity into Suffolk. Can the portfolio holder tell us what this equity is now worth?
Councillor Gould?
And properly and not unexpectedly, with many of these questions, it's appropriate, entirely proper and appropriate that those questions are referred to our experts here, including the Section 151 officer. And I'll ask Emily Atack to orchestrate the answer. Thank you.
So, Emily, the floor is yours.
Good evening, councillors. So the equity element of the investment in these properties is always 10% of the value of the property. And so in the current case, the values have decreased by more than the equity that was invested, and such the equity is currently has a very low zero value. However, there are still the opportunity for that equity value to increase, because that equity value will fluctuate in line with the value of the portfolio. So as the portfolio increases in value, we will see that equity value increase as well. So our expectation is that the value of the fund will exceed the level of the original investment within 10 years' time. So you will see that equity recovered within that kind of time frame.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon, your next question.
Yeah, I note that the Suffolk accounts were published late this year and were only actually available 10 days ago on the 13th of September, which I feel is not consistent with public scrutiny. Can you assure us this will not happen again?
Emily?
Thank you. So again, the Suffolk accounts weren't published late. They're not required to be published until the end of the year. So they're actually published ahead of the required statutory timetables in terms of Companies House. We do always endeavour to publish our accounts as quickly as we can, and I think we do so probably much more quickly than a number of other companies. We have had a very extraordinary sort of 12-18 months. Both ourselves and our advisors have been working remotely. And so I think the sort of possibly 2 weeks later this year than they were in the previous year, I don't really think that is a sort of significant delay, and certainly significantly ahead of the deadline for publishing these accounts at Companies House.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mellon, any more?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. We note that the amount of capital expenditure that Suffolk's made to improve the estate is 810,000 in this current year, which doesn't seem to have been something we have had to look at before. Is this going to continue or increase in the future?
So again, we're reaching a point with our portfolio where it is maturing slightly. So we're likely to see the need to make further investments within our stock to ensure that we maintain its value. In the case of the properties that we've been investing in this year, again, many of those have been affected by the pandemic, and we've taken this opportunity with those properties becoming vacant to improve those premises. So one of the premises, we are improving the roof and looking to install solar panels on the roof as well. So we're taking the opportunities to really enhance the value of those properties whilst we have them vacant. As part of prudent management of any property estate, you do need to continue to invest and make sure you maintain the value of the assets within the estate, and we will continue to review the portfolio and plan works in a kind of prudent and sensible way in order to protect the investments that have been made.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon, any?
Last one, I promise, Chair.
Thank you.
It seems to me that the strategy of Suffolk is rooted in having access to cheap funding, but Mid-Suffolk is currently funding 27 million of its investment on a short-term basis. How is the council going to ensure that it can continue to fund this debt at around 0.5% over the coming years in the current inflation environment, which could lead to higher interest rates? Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can refer that question to our 151 officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We do have access to a lot of short-term borrowing, and we anticipate being able to do that in the future. A lot of our short-term borrowing is between local authorities, and there are lots of funds out there. We obviously take advice from our Treasury Management advisors, Arlene Close, about whether we are on short-term or long-term borrowing, and we continue to seek that advice to see if there is a pertinent point in time that we might want to take longer term borrowing. But their advice at the moment is, with all the current economic climate, that it is prudent at the moment to stay at short-term borrowing. So we are benefiting from those lower rates currently.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor Mellon. Councillor Wellham?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to follow on from some questions that Councillor Mellon asked. He was given the answer that the equity value is currently 0. What happens if it goes down? What if it reduces to below 0? Do we have to do anything? I mean, and does the fact that we have a low equity value affect any decision making in any way?
Thank you. So the equity value can't go below 0. 0 is the lowest it can be recorded at. Again, the only the council isn't required to add any further funds into SIFCO because the equity level is at that 0 level. Again, this relates to the sort of paper loss element where funds have been invested. Some of those funds have covered the costs of acquisition, such as stamp duty and fees, and some relate to the reduction in value of the fund. But there is no reason why any further sums are required to be invested as equity. And as I mentioned earlier, that equity, the value of that equity will fluctuate in line with the value of the property portfolio. So no, there's no further sums required, and the equity won't fall below the 0 position.
Councillor Mansell.
Sorry, Chair, my second question hasn't been answered.
I apologise. Could you repeat your second question then?
Yeah. Does the low equity value affect the way that decisions are made?
Apologies, Councillor Wellham. No, I don't believe the low equity value does affect the way decisions are made from SIFCO's perspective.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a question for clarification, really. In paragraph 4.11 on page 78, which follows on with some pie charts about the split of the investments in, as per sector, the paragraph refers to different categories than the pie chart. It talks about the leisure sector, which aren't mentioned in the pie chart, and the pie chart talks about alternatives. So could I please ask some clarification about what exactly is meant by alternatives, and does that include the leisure sector, or should they be in some other category? Thank you.
Thank you. Emily?
Thank you. And I'd like to refer that question to Nigel Golder from Jones Lang LaSalle.
Oh, thank you, Emily. Nigel, the floor's yours.
Thank you, Chair. The answer to your question is that the leisure sector does fall within alternatives as part of the makeup of the portfolio, usually. I can't explain why the individual text doesn't match the actual numbers, and we can seek to clarify that for you later.
Can I just come back? It's not the text following the numbers, it's the text with the text. Okay. The text in the paragraph doesn't talk about alternatives, it talks about leisure sector. The pie chart makes no mention of leisure sector. I'm not worried about the numbers, I'm talking about the actual, it's inconsistent terminology is what I'm worried about.
Emily?
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of the property sector, the pie chart reflects the sectors that the property market would consider. So alternatives is the sector that would include the leisure sector. So that's why it's shown in the pie chart in that particular way. I can take your comments for future reports if you would prefer us to see leisure represented differently. However, from a property perspective, we always look at leisure within that alternative sector because we look at the more traditional sectors such as retail, offices, industrial, and anything that doesn't fall into those categories effectively falls into the alternative category.
to clarify what exactly alternatives mean if you're not going to refer to them in a paragraph.
Noted, thank you.
So, Councillor Field?
Just a couple of questions. One of them looking at the table above paragraph 12, just as a convenient place. It talks about total returns of just over $1 million, 1.017, total capital of 49.58 million, percentage return of 2.05%. Am I correct in comparing that with the, say, the CCLA figures that we saw previously, where the return was about 4.3%, I think. Schroders was around 4.7, albeit at a substantial capital loss. So that's the first question.
And again, if I can refer that to Catherine Steele, 151 officer, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, they are comparable figures because the 2% you're talking about in the Suffolk report is the net return, and likewise in the Treasury Management report they were the net return figures that were being quoted.
Thank you. So we're taking a bigger risk and making about less than half the return. The next question really is about property values. In paragraph 12 again, it is really I've tagged this against. It talks about basically the concept that we've invested 50 million or thereabouts, and there's a substantial loss so far in fees, etc., etc. And the assumption is that those will recover over time. So don't worry about it, councillors. If you only wait for 50 years, it'll all be okay. I was really just in a question. We've seen that we were invested in retail properties, but fairly rapidly stopped doing that for somewhat obvious reasons. The things we're left with at the moment was largely industrial, but quite a lot of office-based. And we all know that offices, there's lots of people who don't intend to go back to the office anymore. So I was really questioning that, is that assumption that values will recover really valid in this case? I know nobody can see the future, but is there a reasonable expectation? Perhaps I was thinking of offices. I think we had a headquarters building once which became unfit for purpose and of essentially zero value. So offices don't always appreciate in value. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of seeing into the future, you're correct. We are unable to forecast into the future. However, our experience does show that property values do tend to work in cycles, and we do expect the value of this portfolio to continue to improve in value, particularly following the challenges that we've faced in the last 12 or 18 months, where we've seen values that have been very depressed for certain assets. In terms of your specific question regarding offices, yes, it's a very challenging time for offices currently, but again, I don't think we are through the evolution of the office market or office use as yet, with many people still working from home and many others returning to the office. I think we still have some time before we see the true outcome of the impact of the pandemic on our use of offices. In the meantime, our offices are well spread in terms of the tenant diversification and location, and indeed the lease lengths as well. I'm happy again to perhaps refer this to Nigel Golder from JLL, who obviously is dealing in the property markets on a sort of daily basis and may have an updated view in this regard.
Nigel?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a very fair question to ask. It's perplexing many investors in terms of where to place capital. But as a business, we're still seeing a weight of capital coming in, both from UK institutions and abroad, into the office sector. So there is still a turnover of investments for that. It is tending to chase better prime buildings, and also those that are well let. So it is chasing more annuity-based income than it is for secondary buildings. The Suffolk buildings are modern, they're well let, to strong covenants overall, so we're quite robust in terms of current period. In fact, the first expiry is not until 2025. So we will see the other side of that equation as we go through. And the other part of the equation is the uncertainty in the occupier market. Now that is quite interesting, and we're seeing a different material change actually from decision making for occupiers. Many have deferred because they're uncertain about the workplace, they're uncertain about the use of the building. But what is materialising is that that use is not necessarily transforming into reduced floor space. And actually, from our research at the moment, the City of London demand for office space is now above the pre-pandemic position. ESG is playing a very important part as well in that decision-making process. So a lot of companies are now realising that actually owning their own office buildings has given them a considerable headache in terms of flexibility in design, and also a longer-term position in terms of adding and requiring to add value, capital value, into the investment. So a lot of companies that own buildings are now actually looking towards leasing buildings rather than owning them. So that's another change that we're starting to see in the market. And of course that supports investment property very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. Councillor Amoroso.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to use this question to draw together a couple of tonight's threads. It was interesting to hear Emily talk about the investment in solar panels on one of the Cisco roofs, and that was considered to be increasing the value of that property. So clearly our esteemed experts at Suffolk see which way the wind is blowing, and my question is, would you be interested in liaising with the Director for Corporate Resources and the Treasury Management team to advise on investing in the future and divesting from fossil fuels?
Thank you. I'm always happy to liaise with my colleagues in the council. So yes, absolutely.
Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. Two quick questions, if I may. At 12:13, you talk about the assets that have been looked at and reviewed and so on. Is there any kind of expectation of future sales of those and purchases of new properties, and with any particular time frame, or is that something that is just ongoing? And then secondly, at 17.3 and 17.4, you refer to energy performance certificates, EPCs, and I just would like to know if it's ambiguous as to whether tenants are paying for that or Suffolk are paying for that, and I just wondered what the cost, whether there had been any costs applied to that for Suffolk. Thank you, Chair.
So in answer to your first question, the management of any property portfolio must on an ongoing basis consider whether properties should continue to be held or sold. Suffolk doesn't have any additional funds for further investment, so there are clearly no further acquisitions currently planned. We would only look to acquire properties if an asset was sold. We have no plans to sell any assets at this point in time, but we will continue to review the portfolio and respond according to the opportunities that are presented to us. In terms of the reference to EPCs, so as a landlord, we are legally required to make sure there is an EPC in place when we let a property. So in terms of the actual certificates being undertaken, the cost of that is borne by the landlord. I think what you're referring to, however, is probably in relation to the works that need to be undertaken, and there's actually a sort of blended approach to that. In most situations, the tenants have the responsibilities in relation to repairing and maintaining their properties, and as such would probably carry the responsibility for any upgrades that they seek to do. However, in some situations, we will have the opportunity to make some improvements. So where we have vacant properties, or where we're responsible for common parts, so we can look at making some changes in those instances. The other thing that we've talked about as a board is actually talking to tenants as well. So perhaps if they come forward with some improvements that they want to make, we could actually say to them, that's really interesting, but have you also thought about this, this and this, and having some conversations to help encourage them take some further steps from a sustainability perspective as well. So the answer really is that responsibility sits with both the landlord and tenant, depending on the individual lease terms and contract terms. But as a board, we're very supportive to see more sustainability measures being brought forward through the portfolio of assets.
So just to confirm, there isn't actually a cost in the budget for SIFCO for EPC work at the moment. Thank you.
So there's a capital works budget, which does include some EPC works, the largest quantum of which is in relation to the new solar panels that are being put on the roof of one of our properties. We're also undertaking some works to the common parts of one of our buildings that will also benefit the EPC ratings. And in fact, even the other properties that we have refurbished and brought forward within that capital list, they all had works done that would result in improved EPC. So the budget is included within those capital works figures. It's not set aside as a separate amount, but we do also have other budgets for repairs that potentially we could look at for further works as we move forward.
Councillor Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 85, Financial Performance and Acquisition Progress. There are two columns, one for Babergh and one for Mid Suffolk. And at the head of the columns, it shows revenue impact. Now for Babergh, it shows interest paid of 723,000. Under Mid Suffolk, however, it shows interest paid of 1.32 million. Why such a big difference? Consequently, the net total revenue is around £600,000 less for Mid Suffolk. Is it to do with the makeup of the borrowings and the terms on them? Thank you.
So again, that question I'm going to refer to Catherine Steele, the 151 officer.
Thank you, Councillor. And yes, I think you answered your own question, because you said, was it due to the makeup of the different borrowings? So yes, it is. So if you actually look at the table in 12.2, which is on page 86 of the pack, then it shows there the difference in borrowing. Before SIFCO came into being, Mid Suffolk had a larger short-term borrowing than Babergh, so they have had to take more long-term borrowing, which is at a higher cost. Babergh is still taking more advantage of being able to take advantage of more at the short-term rates. So it is that difference in the borrowing strategies between the two councils.
Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. I did ask this question wrongly to begin with. First of all, in terms of book loss of this, I did think it was in the region of £10 million. I think I've revised that higher to more in the region of 20 million, bearing in mind that we've got an asset loss of 15.3 million plus the associated costs of purchasing the properties, which we assume as a loss. You could correct me on that, but I would, if you'd like to do that first, then I'll carry on.
Yes, certainly, that's fine. So the total losses to date are in the order of 12.8 million. That loss is made up of the cost of acquisition and the reduction in value of the portfolio. So that is roughly £4.5 million in terms of the cost of acquisition, and just over 7 million for reduction in value. There is also an element of bad debt that's been written off that's also included within that figure, but that was the roughly £300,000 that was mentioned earlier.
Councillor Warboys, yes, go on.
That's good. And you know, I'm welcome to see that we are actually sort of making capital investment in the property and improving it. I'm assuming that might include change of use as well. And that we've adopted a sustainability policy. But my big query, if you like, is about the risk management, which is, oh dear, page 91, which seems to be very short. You know, I would like to see, if you like, a risk management, perhaps looking at the values. How low can the value of the property go to how high? There's a margin of error here in looking into the future. And we can deal with probabilities and escapes, but we need to know, in this balancing of income and investment and asset value, how wide these margins are.
Thank you. So we do have a very robust approach to risk in terms of the management of SIFCO. So the summary within the report is a very small summary related to the council's risks in terms of investment, but we do look at risk very carefully with the board of SIFCO and the chairs of the holding company as well. So please be reassured that we do have quite a comprehensive risk register, and I'd be more than happy to share that with you outside of this meeting. In terms of the, I suppose, sensitivity in relation to where values are likely to go, again, that is always a challenge to be able to forecast where values are likely to be, because there are lots of circumstances that can occur that can impact on that, including a pandemic, for instance. I do take your point in terms of presenting to council a bit more information in that space, and I'd be more than happy to have a look at that for next year's business plan proposals.
Right, that looks like we've come to the end. Oh no. Councillor Mayor.
If I may, SIFCO's performance when measured against industry standards. Can you comment on that, please?
Thank you. So I think it depends on which standards that you really want to look at, but there are some indices within the report, particularly around rent collection, which show that SIFCO has repeatedly performed better than other similar or other funds in terms of rent collection. So we've been looking at rent collection in excess of 95% quarter on quarter throughout the whole pandemic. And whilst it may have taken a bit more time to get to that than we ordinarily would have seen, our end results are really showing that we've had really strong and robust rent collection across the last 18 months or so. And interestingly, this week, probably our largest debtor actually cleared their debt. So our debt rate has reduced from the amount that's reported in the report. So it's gone down from being around about £170,000 last week down to closer to about £105,000. So we've seen some significant improvements in recent days, even in terms of our rent collection figures.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, it was actually just a request that before we move into debate, could I suggest we have we adjourn for a small comfort break, because I think we've been with 2.5 hours or thereabouts into the meeting and we've still got quite a lot to get through.
Please go ahead.
You mentioned the capital values you're expecting them to recover within 10 years. Can you tell us what the impact on revenue in the short term will be when that happens?
Sorry, so in terms of revenue in the short term, our revenue is holding up. So there is very limited impact on revenue in the short term. Over the longer term, as values improve, we will continue to grow both the revenue and the capital value of the portfolio. So we'll see improved performance both in terms of that continual revenue stream that the council has seen since Suffolk's inception, but we'll also start to see those capital values come through as well.
Right, I think we have come to the end of questions. And I did say right at the beginning that around this time we would take a break. So we'll do so and we'll take a 10-minute break. It is now 7:55. Could we all be back here at 8:05, please? Thank you. Right, everyone's feeling a little bit more comfortable after that short break. I think we're at the point now where we're going to move to the debate. So it's 3 minutes each, only one go each. Who would like to start? Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's quite well known that I never liked the principle of SIFCO at all, and I'd just like to wonder, I went and looked to see what we were actually going to vote on, and having noted the accounts, we're going to approve or otherwise the business plan. And I just wondered whether, and this is a question really, whether in considering the business plan, the board had actually considered flogging the whole lot for the £12 million loss and actually putting it into housing in our own district, well, and Babergh, I suppose, half each, and whether that might not recover the capital losses a lot quicker, actually. And on that basis, I'm not going to be able to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Matheson. Right. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't planning on making a contribution to the debate, but I would just say in response to what Councillor Matheson's just said, very briefly, I don't particularly see the value in selling off part of the portfolio to offset the loss, given that the loss itself will only be materialised if and when we sell aspects of the portfolio. So I think that view is a little bit contradictory, and unsurprisingly, I'll be voting in favour of the recommendations in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think a vote of support, really, and thanks. Councillor Gould, well done, really good report, very, very detailed, and a heck of a lot of work that's gone into it, and also from Emily and the rest of the team. The work you put into this is appreciated, and actually was good reading. I wonder what the world would be like, and this report would be like, if this pandemic hadn't occurred. And that is a critical factor to this as well. Like all investments, they go up, they go down. This is this point in time. And I've got great confidence in the team that's behind it, that the future's bright, the investments are bright, and actually next year, when we have the report, it'll be a different story. Thank you.
I suppose those who have been here before, when I've spoken on this, will not be surprised that I won't be supporting this report. Basically, I've just always felt that the risk for a relatively small council is too much. Sure enough, if property values do recover, and some types of property have always recovered, perhaps housing, although I've known periods when it's gone down quite dramatically, 25% or more. And when I looked at, I must admit, I tend to look at the CCLA figures, of course, in another world, we have substantial money in there. You looked at their property portfolio after the crash in 2008, it went down a long way for a long time. So it's an issue of risk. Obviously, diversifying the property benefits that, but the larger companies, the Schroders of this world, or whatever, are diversified across a number of economies. So if they were unfortunate enough to be in Tokyo a few years ago, 20 years ago, they're still below the water. If they're fortunate enough to be in North America, they're doing well. But clearly we're not. We're in a single country, the UK, although we might be in a number of different cities. So that's the point. I feel the risk is too high for a small council, and therefore I won't support this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's well known that on this side of the council that we hold a principled objection to SIFCO. We don't think that's what a council should be doing, borrowing money from the Public Works Loan Board and then investing it. And the government agrees with that because it stopped councils from doing that. Does that mean that if SIFCO goes wrong and it makes substantial losses, that we will be jumping up and down and celebrating and saying, we told you so? Absolutely not. The people of Mid Suffolk need SIFCO to succeed. Even we on this side want it to succeed, though we don't think the principle of it is right. I agree with Councillor Humphreys that this has been a very difficult year of trading, and maybe in this year of years, this report represents a good result, or perhaps the best we could expect. But the whole foundation of Sifco is predicated on this idea of borrowing money at low interest rates, investing it, and then the balance of the return, there being a difference between the two, enough to give us some profit. And now we're in a situation where low interest rates are in no way guaranteed. And we don't have everything locked in to long-term low interest rates. So I think, again, the foundation of this concept is still shaky. And we on this side would say it's not a good idea. I think perhaps you guys on that side have said you think it is a good idea. To my mind, the jury is still out. Councillor Gould talks of net income. It's only net income if you disregard the capital losses. And I don't find it easy to do that. So, yes, I'm happy to note the report, but I can't approve the business plan, so I'll be voting against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mayor?
Councillor Mellon, myself, and many others in this room were not here. We inherited Sifco. Now, I'm a believer in Sifco. I believe it contributes. But to hear people saying they will not vote for a business plan, I haven't heard any criticisms of the business plan. Councillor Mellon was absolutely right. Suffolk needs Sifco to succeed. And to hear people abrogating their responsibilities by refusing to vote for a business plan, I find really disappointing. We here benefit from a fantastic group of people. They have performed ahead of every benchmark they're measured against. They have turned what could have been a disastrous year into a better than expected year. And I think in the future, they will deliver. They deserve our support. I've heard no suggestions from the other side of the House about how the business plan should be amended. Your members of your wards need this to succeed. We need you to get on board. Sustainability. Sifco is struggling with how do you measure sustainability? They've gone for the EPC evaluations. Is that right? How much should we be investing in solar panels on buildings? It won't surprise you to know that Sifco are investing in sustainability because it makes economic sense to do so. People are trading up their buildings and they only want to move into a better building, more sustainable. How much should we be investing? Should we be investing more than the revenue that we're going to get back? This is the sort of conversation we should have. I fully accept that you don't like Sifco. I didn't get a vote on Sifco. I do like Sifco. But we've got to move on. We have a business plan that we need to evaluate so that we can show that we fully support the people that we have employed to deliver Sifco. They're not elected, they are employed by us to deliver, and we've got to give them direction. So when I hear people saying, I won't vote for the business plan without putting forward suggestions how it can be approved, I find that abrogating responsibility. You're letting your ward members down, and Sifco must succeed. We've got to make it succeed. So please get on board. I will be voting for the business plan in front of us today. Thank you.
Councillor Stringer?
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak on this item until Councillor Mayer spoke. And I think I promised one of the directors I wouldn't be speaking on it. But I was around to have that vote. And yes, there's a huge inherent danger to our citizens and the people we represent if Sifco doesn't succeed. But I was here for that vote. And I voted for a different investment model And all the ideas of how to do that were debated then. And we haven't used this opportunity to re-rehearse what would have happened if this side of the House had have prevailed. All I can say is we would not be looking at any losses at all. We would be looking at spectacular gains. So we've not taken that opportunity to beat you over the head with. We won't. But please forgive us if we don't back a plan that we didn't back from the inception. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Mayor's speech is a difficult act to follow, but I do want to say that I'm happy to put on record that I have real confidence in the board and advisors of SIFCO. I believe they have an excellent ongoing business plan, and I fully support and endorse it. I've always regarded SIFCO as a proper and well-justified long-term investment by our two councils to deliver long-term, dependable and growing income stream for our two councils. In addition, I am confident in the generation of capital gains and the preservation of our investment in real inflation-proof terms in the longer run. So no pressure, guys, there. Nothing we've experienced with SIFCO since its inception, including the unique COVID-19 pandemic, makes me waver from that viewpoint. Those that speak against SIFCO and suggest we liquidate the portfolio never offer any plausible alternative to the crucial income stream that SIFCO generates now and will continue to generate far into the future. But I suppose it's a fact of life that opposition does come without that responsibility. As Cabinet Member for Finance, I don't have that luxury, but I'm clear in my mind I am totally at ease with our SIFCO investment. Now, some of the councils have taken the property investment concept far too far, and in doing so generated strong criticism regarding the whole concept. But in the case of both Babergh and with Suffolk, I believe that criticism is totally unjustified. So I will be voting in favour of this business plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So it is very shortly going to be 8:30 and the guillotine will fall. So I'd like a proposer to extend and a seconder, please. So thank you, Councillor Richardson, Councillor Lavinia. So can we do by a show of hands, please, to extend the guillotine? That's carried. Thank you very much. So
thank you, Chair. I didn't expect to speak either, but I can now say things that I could not say at overview of scrutiny because we were looking at just certain aspects of the business plan and we were non-political in that debate. But I'm not quite so constrained now. But I do want to respond to Councillor Mayor because he challenges us to say what's missing from the plan. And I would like to explain one thing that I think is missing, and it's the same as I asked for last year and I probably asked for the year before, and that is that within the business plan there should be what you could call a phased exit strategy or a sales strategy or whatever, so that at the right time units are sold. I've had this discussion with officers, and what I've understood is that, yeah, when the time is right, we will sell a unit and then we will reinvest. Now, what I would ask for is that is in the business plan, and it is in the business plan that we will reinvest, and we will reinvest in house building, homes for our residents, because they will have income, they'll have homes, they'll be good homes, and that is a benefit to the district rather than continuing paying back all these loans. Thank you.
thank you, Councillor Wellham. Councillor Caston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to unpack this idea of cashing in this investment and building houses, or are we buying houses? Do you realise how many houses that would be, and whose ward would you want them to go in? It would be a ridiculous amount of houses, so it would take so long to make that sustainable. It would be almost impossible. Also, we've talked about how we had officers that need a market, and we they were valueless. None of these investments in offices are anything like Needham Market. Needham Market had its heyday in the 1950s, and it was unsuitable. These investments are far more like Endeavour House. There will always be companies that want to move to modern buildings and this type of thing. We're not buying any Needham Market offices that are falling apart and the plaster's falling off the walls. The other thing is, as a landlord to them, we got the opportunity to build, to put solar panels on the roof. We've discussed how a business has been allowed to run up a debt when it couldn't pay the rent. That we have the ability to make these investments so much better for the businesses in it than maybe a private landlord would. I fully support this. I think this is a great thing for the council. And in 40 years' time, I think people will be looking at this as one of the great things that this council did, when everything's paid off and they've just got this income from this investment stream that we've had the guts to actually go into and do. So I will be supporting this. I'm all for it, and I'll be voting for it tonight.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Amoroson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm loving all this enthusiasm for investing in sustainable building technology. Will we be applying that logic to our housing stock and future housing developments in the area? Thank you.
No.
Is that a question to you,
No,
Mr. Chairman?
No, Councillor, you've had your say, and thank you, Councillor Amoroson. Right, well, I'd like to have a little say. You know, I was here when we decided to do SIFCO, and I could understand the logic and the imperative that drove it. And effectively, I see the proof is in the eating of the pudding, because SIFCO has delivered income streams to our council. And if you care to study the business plan closely, you will see that it's going to deliver further income streams over the coming years. And this is against a background, as you all well know, where central government has severely constrained funding to local councils. Well, it's zero now, as far as I'm aware. And I think we have in SIFCO a very responsible landlord, a very well-run company, which is why I think that they're able to have outperformed the industry in terms of rent collection and in terms of the work that they're doing to guard the value of the portfolio going forward. And I would suggest, and I'm sure Emily could correct me if I'm wrong, but with a WALT of over 8 years, I think that's pretty darn good in terms of comparisons with the industry. So from my perspective as a district councillor, I think this is a very good thing, and it provides us with income that allows us to continue to invest in our frontline services, and there's never been more of a demand for that than there is today. And so with that, I would like to call on Councillor Gould to see if he wishes to add anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very little, I think. One of the consequences of questions passing appropriately directly to Emily and then onto the advisors is I didn't get the opportunity, as is the custom in this council, to thank the questionnaire for their questions, which I would like to do now. And a comment on the questions themselves. One thing that I think is noticeably different this time is that the questions are less, show a growing understanding about the nature of the SIFCO business. And whilst up to a point, I understand that that side of the chamber is never going to be, or may never be, I live in hope, convinced about this kind of activity. At least there is evidence, in my mind, of a growing understanding through appropriateness of the questions being asked. That was up to the point of the debate when actually some of those kind of older attitudes revealed themselves. It's not a question about we do this or we build houses. Actually, we're doing both. I mean, over the next 4 years, Mid-Suffolk is going to build some 150 affordable homes. We do doing that as well as the CIFCO investments. I can't imagine a greater folly than selling off our assets just because at the moment they are a low value. That's the time not to sell them. We hang on to them. We are, yes, expressing confidence in long-term rising capital value of our assets, and history is behind us in that. Albeit, as Councillor Field points out, the period of growth might be quite a long one. But the point here with CIFCO is that we are not reliant on that capital growth. This is about income generation through receipt of rents. Thank you to Councillor Humphreys for his kind words and his observation about, given that our performance has been this successful in a time of COVID, how much better might it have been in a normal time? And as been said, our performance against the industry at large has been good, which actually counters some of the anti-municipal comments that you often think, well, how can a council possibly be doing this work wisely or well? Well, this council is doing it wisely and well because we have a great team, as you know, both in terms of Emily, but also in terms of our external advisors.
Councillor Gould?
So, I would like to, at your invitation, Mr. Chairman, leave it there, and happy to propose and look forward to a positive vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now ask the Corporate Manager's Governance and Civic Office to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote is now turning blue, so if councillors could place their vote. Thank you. Councillor Warboys, are you okay to vote? Thank you, Chair. That is 17 votes for the recommendations and 11 against.
That is carried, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Sir Christopher Howarth, Henry Cook, Nigel Gold, and Helen Rumsey, as well as Emily Attack for supporting this particular topic this evening, and keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Councillors, we're now going to move to item 15, which is paper NCA 2113, Joint Wellbeing Strategy. I would like to invite Councillor Richardson to introduce this paper and move the recommendations in that report.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am delighted to introduce to the Council Mid-Suffolk's first wellbeing strategy and to move the recommendations in the report. By way of background, members will be aware that this strategy was conceived before the pandemic and has been in development for well over a year. We held an all-member workshop in August last year to discuss our priorities, followed by an additional workshop in May to consider how the £1 million wellbeing funding could help deliver them, with a further briefing earlier this month. In effect, therefore, this strategy sets out our priorities and our objectives for wellbeing over the next 6 years. If approved, it will be followed by a more detailed delivery plan that sets out how we achieve those priorities and objectives, and, as mentioned, will be supported by the £1 million wellbeing funding that the Council agreed back in February. This is important, as understanding our wellbeing priorities will enable us to make the most effective use of our resources. Simply put, our wellbeing vision is that the residents of Mid-Suffolk will have the best possible conditions for good wellbeing and have lives that are healthy, happy and rewarding. We must recognise, of course, that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on our communities, and we want to be explicitly clear that we want this strategy to play a central role in helping support our residents through the aftermath of this immensely challenging period. To that end, we have identified 3 overarching long-term outcomes, which are for families to lead active, healthy, safe and independent lives and manage their own health and well-being, for communities to have sustainable and inclusive places and spaces which maximise health and well-being opportunities and benefits, and to achieve a reduction in health inequalities. As this strategy spans the period to 2027, our long-term outcomes are supported by a set of shorter-term outcomes that will focus on the next 2 years and which are accompanied by more detailed objectives which are set out in the strategy and in turn will be delivered in partnership with both internal and external stakeholders. It is, I must point out, well recognised that the broader determinants of well-being are particularly important in ensuring a healthy and happy population, and these are also the types of issues, of well-being issues, over which councils have some control and influence. For example, through stimulating our local economy, managing our environment, developing and maintaining managing our homes, or by providing leisure facilities to our residents. This strategy, therefore, does not aim, and I would like to stress this point, does not aim to duplicate the wellbeing aspects contained already within our economy, housing, environment and community strategies. However, these other strategies will be reviewed to ensure that wellbeing outcomes are being optimised, and performance in relation to those aspects will be included when we are reporting on our performance in respect to wellbeing. In particular, the strategy cites the 10 measures of national wellbeing developed by the Office of National Statistics, which organises nationally surveyed and gathered data into different areas of life affecting wellbeing. We've chosen to adopt these 10 areas with a focus on personal wellbeing, relationships, health, the communities where we live, and what we do with our time. The remaining 5 will then be incorporated into the other strategies that I mentioned, and supporting this we have extensive data contained at the end of the strategy which help to underpin our areas of focus. While developing the strategy, however, we haven't stood still and have delivered a number of projects and supported many of our communities. These include the active schools and active wellbeing programmes, chill, chat and play, and the outdoor explore and family cooking days, all of which have already had a profoundly positive impact for our residents. In developing this strategy, we have also engaged broadly with our 2 clinical commissioning groups, Suffolk County Council and key community stakeholders. This is important because we must identify clearly the role of a district council and not duplicate the work of other statutory functions such as public health. Instead, we have the opportunity to look at health and wellbeing in a much broader sense and to enhance the role that we play in supporting our residents and our communities. I am, as you can probably tell, exceptionally proud of both this strategy and the broader purpose behind it. And so in closing, I would like to thank the officers involved. To produce this document in the shadow of the worst global health crisis in a century is nothing short of heroic. In particular, I would like to commend the efforts of the following people to whom I am especially grateful, namely Zoe Banthorpe, Tom Barker, David Clark, Simon Lanning, Vicky Mosley, Kathy Nixon, who we have here, and Aruna Sharma Balls. I must also recognise the work contributed by Councillor Flatman as Cabinet Member for Communities, who led on this strategy before my portfolio was created, and Councillor Morley, who as leader has been an enthusiastic supporter of the wellbeing agenda. And so finally, I commend this strategy as a means of promoting the health and well-being of our residents and ensuring that the resources allocated and targeted intelligently to those that need them most. I'm very pleased, therefore, to propose the recommendations in this report and would like to invite Councillor Flatman to second them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson.
It's my pleasure to second this strategy, and I can only reiterate everything Councillor Richardson has said, and especially to all the officers who worked on this while we had COVID, and their day job was answering telephone calls, helping our residents, and literally dealing with grants coming flying through the window every other minute. So thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we will now move to... As usual, councillors can ask as many questions as they wish, but again, please stick to the subject under discussion and shoot with a question rather than a huge long preamble. The floor is open to questions. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the wellbeing strategy, and I think, as others have already said, a lot of work's been gone into it. I am looking in particular at paragraph 411, where we have some long-term outcomes that we are focusing on, which I think are all highly commendable, but I would just like to know how we're going to measure against those outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Richardson.
Apologies, Chair. Would you just give me 1 minute while I find that particular aspect?
Sure. Councillor Mansell, what page are you referring to?
238, section 411.
Sorry, apologies, Chair. For my benefit, I haven't got the full pack open. I've only got the actual strategy. Could Councillor Mansell please just show me? Oh, I think I've actually got it. Was it 3, 4?
411. Long-term outcomes will focus on enabling. The 3 bullet points.
4.11?
Yep, 4.11 is 238. Oh, sorry. It goes from 414 to 411. Sorry, you're right.
Very much. Yes, okay, so apologies, I'm with you now. That has thrown me a little bit. Yes, so I'd imagine once we, as I mentioned in my introduction, once we have the more dedicated delivery plan in place, provided we agree what those long-term outcomes will be, that will provide the mechanism by which we can benchmark the actual specific deliverables that we want to see, because until we've got that plan in place, until we can do that benchmarking, we won't know how we can measure them. But I would certainly expect to see that level of detail come forward as part of the delivery plan. But if there's a follow-up question based on that, I will certainly try my best to answer it.
Well, sorry, I think I understand where you're coming from. It's going to be in a future piece of work, I think is what you basically said. So presumably, we also need to know where we are now, i.e. we measure against those sort of outcomes so that we know, because we've got like families to lead active, healthy, well-being, safe, independent lives. We obviously want that to be more families than now. So we also need to know where we are now. So we need to sort of baseline as well as some sort of benchmarking, I'm presuming. But that, I presume your answer is that will come in a future piece of work.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Mansell. And I think partially. So in terms of that specific question around the baselining, I think that's a very good point. And what there has been, what has been done is an extensive analysis of the data that sits within the strategy, which is located at the bottom. While I don't think perhaps this strategy is setting out is exactly that analysis. But I'm very confident that that has taken place because I've seen some other versions of other documentations that contains exactly that analysis of our performance. I think the reason it's not included in this strategy or this document is the strategy is deliberately intended to be that high-level prioritisation and deciding of particular outcomes and objectives. But I can certainly, outside of this meeting, we can provide some of that analysis that forms part of the baselining. But yes, in answer to the other part of the question, if I can put it more simply, yes, we'll come forward in a future piece of work to give you some of that specific benchmarking.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to make my question simpler. I'm not sure that you'll be able to answer this, though, but a lot of the aspects within this strategy in terms of the work that what goes on at Mid Suffolk will actually relate to planning and in terms of how how place shaping and planning applications and open spaces and so on. So is it possible that we will be able to use this strategy or the delivery plan from it with regards to planning policy and also at planning committee? Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan, for that question. It's a very good one. I will try my best to answer it, but I will leave it to in fact, we don't actually have any planning officers here who I'd need to defer to. My understanding and sort of suspicion is that no, we couldn't reference it as an adopted planning policy document within the context of a planning committee. But one of the things I would say is that I know that Councillor Byrne and Tom Barker, the Assistant Director, have been having conversations already about how we can incorporate aspects of this both into the joint local plan itself and whether there's substantive parts of that document that will give strength to the outcomes and objectives within this document. But also in future, there is, I think, nothing stopping the Council considering a supplementary planning document that reinforces exactly what's in this. But my suspicion is, and again, please don't take this as given, this is just my interpretation, and I'd need clarification from planning officers, is that this would not be given substantive weight in a planning determination, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Geek.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, this is going to involve a bit of a preamble, but it will only be a minute and a half, I promise. One of the things necessary to increase well-being is to give the guarantee of a safety net for the risk of losing your income, a safety net that can catch people without shame and that removes the fear of extreme poverty and destitution. And since 1945, of course, the UK has, to a greater or lesser extent, had a welfare safety net so that its population can afford to take risks, afford to be enterprising and flexible in their careers. And the current iteration of that safety net is universal credit. The government is proposing to cut £20 a week from universal credit, a huge cut in percentage terms. Would you consider lobbying Parliament to abandon or mitigate, as I gather is being planned at the moment, the cut in universal credit, given that this is going to affect people in work as much as those out of work? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Geek. I appreciate my portfolio is still evolving, but I do consider that to be ever so slightly outside of my remit.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the strategy and I welcome the opportunity to give local support within the delivery plan. I'm hoping that local ward members will have an opportunity to help shape the delivery plan and to work with local groups to help to deliver the outcomes in our wards. That wasn't a question. So the question is, will we be given the opportunity to work with, will the local ward members be given the opportunity to work with others for the delivery in our wards? A couple of other questions. I believe that we in Mid Suffolk may be in a better position financially than our colleagues in Babergh to deliver outcomes from this strategy. Will the fact that we are in a better position financially than them hold us back? And the third is not a question, which is, all right, I'll turn it into a question then. Can you tell
10 seconds.
I've got 10. Can you tell me where Crawford School and Freeman School are in Stowmarket, please?
Yeah, I can.
Because they're not.
They're in Stow Upland, Councillor.
One's in Stow Upland, one's in Hawley. Can we have the answer?
I think I need to.
There were questions.
Councillor Richardson, my apologies. Councillor Wellham has so distracted me that but please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So if I can just take each of those questions in order. In terms of the delivery plan itself, so I think just important to highlight that the content of that, which is it's not finalised yet by any means, but we have been we've been producing it based on what's both in the strategy, but also been informed by the wellbeing or the outcomes of the wellbeing workshop that was held back in May, which obviously was a cross-party, all-member workshop, so that any ideas and suggestions that were fed in at that workshop will then be reflected, we hope, in the delivery plan. But absolutely, of course, we can arrange a separate briefing, because just in terms of, just to give absolute clarity, I don't think the expectation is that the delivery plan itself would come back to full council. I think the recommendations in the report make clear that that's a delegated responsibility for Cabinet and officers. So as part of that process, I'd be more than happy to arrange a separate all-member workshop or briefing to go through that. And just specifically, again, absolutely, of course, we'll work in consultation with local ward members wherever it's convenient for us to do so. Secondly, on the question of finance, I've already referenced on several occasions the 1 million funding that we're providing as part of the wellbeing agenda, which again will come in very close sort of connection with the delivery plan. Therefore, the question, will Babergh and their respective financial position hold us back? I would just say absolutely, emphatically, no. We will fund whatever we need to fund as part of this agenda, and I hope I speak on behalf of my colleagues on this side of the chamber when I say that. And as for the third question, I think that was largely rhetorical and that you've answered it, so I shall add nothing more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. Councillor Amoroson.
Thank you, Chair. Interesting that Councillor Richardson did not acknowledge the link between economics and well-being in his role, and I guess to put it as a question, would the council recognise that GDP isn't necessarily a good measure of well-being? That was just a side note. To move to my actual question, if we zoom out and look at other emerging factors that are affecting well-being in our societies, what is coming to light is the proliferation of social media usage by many demographics.
Councillor?
Yes?
What is your question?
I'll get to that.
Can you actually get to it?
Okay. You put me off track now. It's your fault. Social media has its benefits, but what's emerging is the harms and detrimental effects it can have on certain demographics in society, namely young teenagers, in terms of mental health, teenage suicide. So the question is, in the future or going forward, could we recognise this? Can we put it on our radar as an issue? I'm thinking about acknowledging it as some kind of emergency, because these technologies are only expanding exponentially in terms of their capabilities. So can it be acknowledged that this is an issue that we might want to keep an eye on, and what can the council contribute to this debate?
Thank you very much for that question. If I can just turn to the first part of your remarks, just to clarify something, that the economy does play the local economy plays an enormously significant part of this strategy. It's contained within there. It's part of the 10 indicators that we've pulled out and included in this, and I've made it explicitly clear at the beginning of my introduction that we will be reflecting our wellbeing outcomes and our wellbeing priorities within the economy's strategy. I also made clear that there's a very important distinction between the role we can play as a district council, and that therefore the implementation or otherwise of aspects of the broader welfare state is not within my remit, and I think we should be very clear in defining the scope of what it is we're trying to achieve. But with that in mind, I absolutely agree with the gist of Councillor Morrison's question. One of the aspects that I think is really significant and which will be reflected in parts of the delivery plan will be the youth social prescribing programme that we are looking to introduce. That will involve working very closely with GP practices and schools to develop appropriate packages of support and care for children who are experiencing exactly that type of mental health crisis or otherwise suffering from anxiety, depression, etc. So I'll absolutely consider that very carefully going forward, and I'm sure we'll see aspects of exactly that kind of digital awareness included in some of the schemes that we have going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Richardson. I think you've brought forward a wellbeing strategy which has got some very high ideals and will no doubt benefit the community in many different ways throughout Mid-Suffolk. You have a budget of £1 million plus whatever can be gained from other sources. In view of delivering these high ideals, would you consider actually exceeding that budget and coming forward with a request for enough funds to deliver the ideals rather than feel constrained by your budget?
Thank you very much for that question, Councillor Warboys. I'm going to have to be very careful what I say, given that I'm sat next to the Cabinet Member for Finance. And in answer to your question, I will borrow one of his phrases and say, probably.
Thank you, Chair. One of the strategy's short to medium term outcomes is that people will have access to homes that are affordable and well-built, sustainable, attractive and in tune with their surroundings. Currently, our planning system makes it extremely difficult to provide more affordability, better and more sustainable building standards and more attractive homes. What is there in the strategy's objectives that can achieve this? Or, as I suspect, I think the housing crisis may unfortunately be outside Councillor Richardson's remit too, and I apologise if that is so.
Thank you very much for that question, Councillor Geek. So one of the things that I think I've made clear in the remarks when I first introduced this report is that there are aspects of this strategy which will interlink with the other strategies and policies that we have as a council, and I think that's why I made clear to Councillor Eburn's question that this will not be a document that can be, as far as I understand it, directly referenced as a planning policy document within the context of the consideration of development. But one of the things that we are looking to do in conjunction with planning is look at how exactly we can embed some of this more specifically into the policies and the documents that we do have, whether that's through the JLP, whether that's through a potential supplementary planning document in the future. I would just point out, this strategy sets out what we want to achieve over the next 6 years to 2027. There's plenty of work to be done after this point to then make sure that we do deliver that, but that will have to come with time, as I think I've mentioned previously. So what this is doing, this objective setting exercise, if you like, is saying this is what we want to achieve, and then we as the administration, in conjunction with our officers obviously, will go in and try and deliver that. I hope that answers that question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson, and thank you, councillors, for your comprehensive questioning of Councillor Richardson's presentation. I'm very conscious that we're up against the time limit, so I'd like to now move to debate, and councillors will have the usual 3 minutes to say their say, and which will be timed, and each of you will have one opportunity to do so. So I guess, Councillor Eburn, you'd want to kick off?
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be voting in favour of this strategy because I'm really pleased to see it coming forward, and I'd particularly like to say that I think the process for getting here was very good. I think the member workshops were good. I think it was great to all get together and actually listen to each other's ideas in a non-confrontational location and actually listen and talk to each other and so on. And so I think that was a very good approach, and I would welcome that for, you know, it might take a bit of time, but I really think it's a good approach to do and something that we should be doing more of. I think one of the things I have got a slight concern about is you might not have seen it yet, Councillor Richardson, but the Thrive Index came out today. And unfortunately, Mid-Suffolk's rating has dropped again, and it's dropped every year over the past 3 years. And this is an index for lots of, for thriving, to show thriving communities, and obviously part of that's to do with health and well-being. And while Mid-Suffolk's rating fell from 2019 to 2020 and again to 21, other councils have gone the other way, and they've increased their rating and moved into the green, let's say, whereas we're now steadily going into the red. But I was just wondering as well, and this, I know we're not doing questions, but I would hope that we can actually look at the councils that are in the green of that, so they're doing really well, and actually see if they're doing any particular ideas that we should be borrowing and we should take forward, because if they're doing something that they've been improving their councils over the last few years, then let's just copy it. But overall, I'd like to say I will be supporting this, and I'm pleased to see this coming forward, and I think the council should do as much as we can towards the health and well-being of all our residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it could be considered part of the debate. It was actually going to come to Councillor Richardson's aid in answering question from Councillor Eban and Councillor Geek regarding the relationship between planning and well-being. I'm going to quote from an email that I received from Tom Barker just a few days ago, pointing out that he wasn't going to be at the council meeting this week. So in that case, I think I'm going to pretend to be Tom and read a paragraph that says, I was heavily involved with developing the wellbeing strategy when it fell within my managerial responsibilities. Since the organisation changed those by reorganising my role, I have been less involved, but it still remains a subject very close to my heart, and it does have significant relevance to what planning should be achieving in respect of providing places that improve well-being. He goes on to quote from the strategy and says, our approach to planning and the decisions taken by councillors all have a significant impact on whether these things will be achieved, and our JLP supports their delivery. It is also important to a range of other aims of the strategy, but the above are the most directly and immediately obvious, and the above are the quoted sections that relate specifically to planning in the strategy. Tom, for those who, and this is more for the benefit of the recording than anything else, Tom is our Assistant Director for planning and sustainable development, and therefore I think his views are very pertinent to what Councillor Eban and Councillor Geek were asking. And of course he has my support in this as well, so whatever can be done on the planning front to further these aims, we will of course try to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Amoroso.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested in what Councillor Byrne just said about Tom saying the changes to his role had meant that that well-being was no longer part of his remit, and what those changes to the role were and why they were made. So I don't know who I can direct that question to right now, but I just want to raise that as something for us to be aware of.
Chairman, am I able to respond to that question?
Chairman, I might be able to help Councillor Richardson. Lovely. Because I think the question actually refers to officer structures. So councillors may remember that we made a change to the senior leadership team earlier in the year in order to create dedicated resource at the assistant director level for health and wellbeing and for communities. So that meant a shuffling round of responsibilities. So previously, Mr. Barker had responsibility for planning and for communities and wellbeing. Given the importance that I'm hearing all of you place on this, which is reassuring, we created an additional role of assistant director specifically just for communities and health and wellbeing. That's a shared role both across our two districts, Mid-Suffolk and Babergh, but also with our two CCG partners. It's currently vacant. We haven't been able to appoint to it thus far, but we have been able to secure some interim support who starts at the start of next month.
Thank you very much, Arthur, for rescuing me there. That's wonderful. Right. Councillor Geek.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased that Councillor Richardson has these aspirations to increase wellbeing. Things like low incomes, inequality, physical and mental health, access to sustainable transport, access to care for our elderly relatives, an end to cuts for local government services. All of these things are absolutely crucial to wellbeing. And I will also be voting for this laudable start to the process. I mean, given that it is just, it's a start, it's really fantastic. And I hope that Councillor Richardson and all colleagues on the opposite side of the chamber will lobby the government, who I know listen to their local councillors. Please, could you lobby them or, you know, can I encourage you to improve these factors that underlie reduced well-being, or at the very least, to ask them please to stop making them worse. Thank you.
Thank you. I too will be voting to support Councillor Richardson's motion, and I think I'd like to acknowledge now the enormous amount of work communities team are already doing to support well-being within our community. I think I just want to flag up a little concern, though, that I'm glad to hear that Councillor Richardson probably won't compromise on his ambitions for this programme. But from a briefing a week or so ago, I'm quite aware that communities is very much driven by numbers in its response, and these numbers are growing rapidly. The pandemic and its effects are by no means over. We're in a very anxious economic situation with all sorts of external effects concerning our communities. So my feeling is that the budget will not be sufficient. The demands will grow year on year, and we must be prepared to support it at future council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I also welcome this strategy, and I look forward to having a positive impact on Mid-Suffolk. I think we do need to acknowledge the fact that I think Councillor Richardson talked about this strategy being interlinked with other policies of the council. I think sometimes we need to acknowledge the fact that those two things will be in tension. Sometimes what we want to achieve in terms of well-being may clash a little with some of the other things that we have to do. We're sometimes constrained by what the government asks us to do or perhaps tells us to do. But I will support this strategy and an enormous amount of work that's gone into it, and I wish it well for the future. Thank you.
Morley.
I can't really tell you how proud I am of this wellbeing strategy that Councillor Richardson and before him Councillor Flatman have been beavering away at for almost 2 years altogether, together with the communities team and Tom Barker. And as it's become apparent during this pandemic, Suffolk has a real ageing population. ageing demographic, with a higher than average incidence of people over 80. In fact, I believe that Norfolk and Suffolk are the highest incidence of over 80s in the country. Dementia is a growing issue, and there is a need to support our growing population to remain, our ageing population to remain independent and in good health for as long as possible in their own homes, if we can. Mental health issues have increased during this pandemic for all age groups, and referrals to mental health services have risen significantly. Domestic abuse has also increased. Isolation and loneliness has become an even bigger issue, not just for the old, but also for the young as well. And a quarter of the population don't take regular exercise. So there's lots of things in this health and well-being strategy for us to help influence. And our strategy really is a partnership approach. We can't possibly do all of this ourselves. We work with partners to deliver all these outcomes. As the Chief Exec has just said, we have a new post of Assistant Director for Wellbeing, and this is jointly funded with our two CCGs. But on top of that, we also work very closely with our colleagues in Suffolk County Council to provide support, and also with the Police and Crime Commissioner to help ameliorate antisocial behaviour and also ensure that we continue to provide support to victims of ASB and also to help and rehouse families and individuals where there are victims of domestic abuse. So I cannot express how proud I am of this health and wellbeing strategy. It is a fantastic achievement in a relatively short space of time, and I'd like to thank everybody involved in preparing it, and I will definitely be voting for this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wellham.
Thank you, Chair. I also welcome the strategy, and I'd like to acknowledge the work of Vicky Mosley and her colleagues, not just in developing the strategy, but all the other wellbeing work that's been going on that many of us just don't see, but that we know that it goes on. As Councillor Richardson has said, responsibility for developing the delivery plans rests with the administration. But I just a plea, in doing that, don't ignore this half of the council. We are 50% of the council, and we feel just as passionately as anyone else about the well-being of our residents.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, I think that... Oh, Councillor Flatman.
I'd just like to say, Councillor Wellham, we're down on our list for doing the walks.
Thank you for that. Right, well, it is quite heartwarming to see that we have a strategy that has been, I think, long overdue, coming to the fore and being supported, so widely supported. And I'd just like to thank everybody that was involved in developing the strategy for the great work that they've done. And I honestly, on a sort of ground level basis, we shouldn't ignore that while that's been going on, there's been a lot of fantastic work going on the ground to support our citizens through this very difficult time. And I would like to applaud the officers and indeed the ward members that have been involved in helping our citizens through some of the difficulties that they've had. So without further ado, Councillor Richardson, do you wish to add any more before we move to a vote?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, please. Just a few final comments. I've listened to the debate, and I'd like to thank all members who've made a contribution. And just I have a few sort of general reflections. Particularly interesting to see what Councillor Eburn referenced in terms of the Thrive Index. I hadn't seen that data that was published today, but I do think it reinforces precisely the need for this strategy and the value of the work that we can deliver as a result. I absolutely concur with the comments that Tom Barker made, delivered in the medium of Councillor Byrne, and would also just take this opportunity to reiterate my thanks to him for his work on this strategy. I will certainly take on board Councillor Wellham's point about engagement, and I'll take that upon myself to have a discussion with officers to how we might best facilitate that in the coming weeks. Councillor Warboys also makes a good point about resource, and of course I want us to do everything we can to support our residents, both directly and with partners, as Councillor Morley quite rightly emphasised in her contribution. And I think that's what I would just want to kind of reiterate in closing this debate, which is that this is very much about defining what we can do as a district council. It's not within our statutory obligations. It's very much something we can elect to do ourselves. I think there's absolutely the need to do that. We do have the funding, the resource, the capability to deliver, and I think we absolutely should. So this strategy and the delivery plan that will support it, in my view, will genuinely have a real, meaningful and tangible benefit to our residents and to our communities. And so I sincerely hope, dare I say it, maybe I'm getting my hopes up a little bit too much, that we'll get unanimous support for this strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Richardson. I will now ask the Corporate Manager, Governance and Civic Office to conduct the electronic vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. That vote is now showing in blue for councillors to cast their vote. Thank you. Councillor Hanningham, are you having problems? Can I take it manually? Okay. And Councillor Wellham, are you having the same problem?
No, I'm trying to personally explain. There are recommendations on the paper of 3.1, 3.2 and 3.3, and we're being asked to also vote for 3.4. Is 3.4 somewhere else? I haven't seen it. It may be my fault, it may be... So no, it's the other way round, I think.
Chair, perhaps could I assist in that? So 3.4, if I find my paperwork, I can tell exactly what it says, but it was added in the table papers that I think went out end of last week. Not the table papers, an amendment to the agenda that went out at the end of last week.
Chair, would you like me to read it out? Yeah, I think if you read it out, the last one.
So, for the benefit of those who haven't come across 3.4, it says the delivery plan and subsequent implementation of the strategy be supported by the 1 million wellbeing funding agreed by the Council on the 18th of February 2021.
Thank you.
Chair, that is 28 votes for, so that is unanimous.
I don't even have to say that it's carried, do I, really? Right, so we will now move on to item 16 in the papers. So this is paper MC/21/414, Pay Policy Report. So I believe that this is going to be proposed by Councillor Morley, and I think I'd like to ask Councillor Morley before we move any further to make a comment.
Councillors, as you're aware, we have a pay policy report and recommendations before us this evening. However, I'm sure many of you know that Babergh District Council did not vote in favour of these recommendations at their meeting on Tuesday this week. Whilst we are, of course, not bound by the actions of Babergh District Council, we do have a joint workforce and senior leadership team. Having reflected on this over the last 48 hours and following discussions with a number of you today, I've decided not to move this report this evening, and so I am instead withdrawing the item. This will give us more time to discuss the issues raised in the report with all councillors, both at Mid-Suffolk and Babergh, and consider our next steps with our Chief Executive, Head of Human Resources, and Michelle Kirk from the East of England LGA. Given the nature and urgency of some of the issues raised in the report, I expect these further discussions to take place as soon as possible. And finally, I would like to put on record my thanks to Michelle Kirk for her report and apologise to her for her wasted journey here this evening. Thank you.
So, councillors, as Councillor Morley has withdrawn her report, there are no questions that can be tabled to her on that point. So we're going to move directly to the next item on the agenda.
Can I ask, it's not a question on the report, it's a... Can I...
Do you have a point of order, Councillor?
I just wondered if we had any points on the report, whether it's worth us sending them in to anybody, or whether there are any discussions, say, Councillor Morley, whether you'll be having any discussions with Councillor Mellon, so any concerns or anything can be raised, that's all.
So I think the answer to your question is yes.
So for Councillor Mellon to talk to Councillor Morley?
Indeed.
I will talk to lots of people.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Councillor. So we will move on then to item 17. This is paper MC/21/15, revisions to internal neighbourhood planning procedures. I would like to invite Councillor Byrne to introduce this paper and move the recommendations in that report.
Thank you, Chairman. We've come a long way since our first few parishes began their neighbourhood plan journeys. Our internal decision-making procedures have served us well, and we continue to look at how we can improve the way we interact with our neighbourhood plan groups, including placing greater emphasis on the earlier informative stages. Importantly, though, we continue to think about what could be done better. The report before you today is, I hope, self-explanatory. It looks at two key regulatory processes that fall to this council. The first being our decision-making on the recommendations set out in the independent examiner's report, and our advancement of that plan to a referendum, which is Regulation 17A. And the second one is subject to a majority yes vote in that referendum, our adoption of the plan, which is Regulation 18A. Now, this report proposes changes to the agreed procedures, which, with appropriate checks in place, should ensure that we can be better, smarter and swifter in the way we guide neighbourhood plans through these stages. In Mid-Suffolk to date, 15 neighbourhood plans have been through the examination process. Of these, 11 have now been adopted and 4 are in the final stages of being modified prior to being made ready to go to referendum. In all cases, no objections were raised by either the district or parish council to implementing the examiner's recommendations in full. That would suggest that our earlier engagement with these groups is working. I trust that this council will agree with me that the proposed changes to how we manage the Regulation 17A and Regulation 18A stages are both sensible and practical. In simple terms, they would remove the need for Cabinet to specifically approve the progression of a neighbourhood plan to referendum, and will simplify the process by which this council adopts a neighbourhood plan where it has received a majority yes vote at referendum. I therefore propose the recommendations set out in paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 of the report, and I ask for a seconder. Thank you.
Could I have a seconder, please?
Very happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor Guthrie. So we'll now move to questions. Are there questions for Councillor Byrne? Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have a problem with the proposals that put forward in these recommendations, but it's interesting. I just wonder if there are any plans to speed up some of the earlier engagement exercises between the district and the neighbourhood plan groups, such as increasing the size of the team of staff who deal with it, because I certainly know of at least one neighbourhood plan group who were told that there was a huge, great pile of neighbourhood plans to be looked at before any comments could be, informal comments could be sent back to the group. So I welcome, I don't have a problem with these, but I just wonder if you've got any other plans to help groups get their neighbourhood plans processed quickly and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Mansell. Very fortunately, we do have with us the Corporate Manager for Planning Policy, who I think is probably better placed for answering that question, or could give you a more informative answer than I can, if I might ask. Thank you.
Thank you. The short answer is yes. What we've done over the past 6 months, we've recruited 2 new members of staff to the team who've come in at the admin, technical and support officer level, and we've been training them in assisting in the neighbourhood plan work. We haven't seen a sort of let up. Basically, the last 3 or 4 years have been very lots of work. This year, since January, we've had 19 consultations, Reg 14 and Reg 16. We've had 8 examinations and 3 referendums, so we do recognise there is that need, and that, as you say, Councillor Mansell, particularly the pre-Reg 14 engagement. So that's what we're doing at the moment, and obviously, as you'll be aware, we're currently in the joint local plan examination hearings, but that's something certainly once we're through the hearings, we focus on making sure that we do have that engagement. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Wellham.
Chair, my question is very, very similar. Delegation to officers usually means greater responsibility that falls on those officers and more work. So my question would be, can I be assured that sufficient staff resources will be available?
Councillor Byrne.
Yes, thank you. I would think that
perhaps
Rob Hobbs would be as well placed as I am for answering that. After all, he's.
I think that possibly the chief executive should be the one addressing this question.
Okay, by all means.
Thank you, Chairman and Councillor Byrne. The short answer is yes, the resource will be available, but effectively what this recommendation does is produce less work for officers, not more.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Councillor Byrne? No, in which case we can move to debate. Usual rules apply, so 3 minutes each. Who would like to kick off the debate? Okay, so I guess we don't want to have a debate, which is fine. I'm going to ask the Corporate Manager for Governance and Civic Office to conduct the electronic vote in that case.
Thank you, Chair. That vote is now blue. Please, can you cast your votes? Chair, that is unanimous again, 28 votes for.
We will go on to item number 18, which is councillor appointments. So 18A, to note the following appointments. Council is asked to note the appointments to committees as detailed on the agenda, which you all have. So that is Councillor Barry Humphries replacing Councillor Dave Muller on Development Control Committee A, and Councillor Muller replacing Councillor Barry Humphries on Development Control Committee B. So we now move to item 18B.
Chair,
sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, could I have... Oh, sorry. Could I have a clarification from Emily? Under Rule 18.1 of our Constitution, Council's decisions are final and should not normally be altered for 6 months. We made this decision 4 months ago.
Well, I'll call on the monitoring officer to respond.
Thank you, Chair. There is provision in the Constitution, and I'm sorry I can't remember the exact rule off the top of my head right now, but I can look at it in a moment, that does allow group leaders to alter membership of committees on notice to the monitoring officer. So that's what's happened in this case in between council meetings.
Thank you for that. So this then takes us to item 18B, which is the election of Vice Chairman of Development Control Committee A. May I have nominations for the Vice Chair of Development Control Committee A, please? Could I have a proposer? Councillor Mayor?
Chair, I'd like to propose Councillor Barry.
And could I have a seconder? Councillor Flatman, thank you. Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to propose to Councillor Sarah Mansell.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder for that?
Chair, I'd like to second Councillor Mansell. May I say a few words, please?
Thank you. I'm sorry?
May I say a few words?
Oh, sure.
As in proposing Councillor Mansell. I just wanted to make the point that Councillor Mansell is an extremely professional, experienced and well-respected member of the Planning Committee A, and a very reliable one at that. And I think that Council should note for the record that previous to lockdown, in the 14 months of in-person meetings, there were 18 meetings of the Planning Committee, and the Conservative group's candidate for Vice Chair gave apologies for 3 of these and left early on 5 occasions. Since the meetings that have resumed, the Conservatives applicant for Vice Chair gave apologies for last month's meeting, no apologies or turned up at the site visit, and on the previous month there were 8 items on the agenda, and the Conservatives applicant left after the first item. All of this is a matter of report in the public domain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have some nominations. I will now ask the Corporate Manager, Governance and Civic Office to conduct the vote.
Thank you, Chair. It's my intention to do this by show of hands for speed. So if I could have those all in favour of Councillor Barry Humphries to raise their hand, but keep it up while we count, please. Thank you. Okay, and all those in favour of Councillor Sarah Mansell? Chair, votes were 16 in favour of Councillor Barry Humphries and 12 for Councillor Mansell, so Barry Humphries has been carried. 16 in favour of Councillor Humphries.
Yeah. Right, so... Councillor Barry Humphries is duly elected to the post of Vice Chairman of Development Control Committee A. Right. So now we go on to the election of Vice Chairman of Development Control Committee B. May I have nominations for the Vice Chair of Development Control Committee B, please? Councillor Mayor? Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Flatman. Are there any other nominations? Yeah. Okay, so I will now ask the Corporate Manager for Governance and Civic Office to conduct the vote.
So, Chair, it will be the same again. All those in favour of Councillor Muller to be Vice Chair, please raise your hands. That's carried anyway.
All right. So I think that's carried by unanimous, well, a large majority. So I would like to, what shall I do? I should declare that Councillor Muller is duly appointed as the Vice Chair of Development Control B, and congratulations to both Councillors Humphreys and Muller. Right. Item 18D, this is appointment to outside body, Suffolk Joint Emergency Planning Policy Panel. Could I have a proposer to appoint Councillor Morley as the Council's representative on the Suffolk Joint Emergency Planning Policy Panel? Councillor Richardson, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Flatman. So,
May I ask a question, please?
I guess so.
I just wanted to ask if Councillor Morley will do a report to Council when she has her meeting on the Joint Emergency Planning Policy Panel, because we haven't yet received any reports from anybody on any public outside bodies, as was agreed in May. So, for example, we've had two meetings of the East-West Rail Consortium, no report. Meetings of Haven Gateway Partnership, no report. So could I ask that Councillor Morley will do a report when she attends the Suffolk Joint Emergency Planning Policy Panel? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, again, if we can have our hands up to indicate whether you're voting for Councillor Morley. All those in favour, please. That's carried.
That's carried.
Thank you. I can't comment about the others, but on this one, this particular body hasn't met yet, and I'm very happy to do a report at the appropriate time.
/21/16. These are decisions taken by the Chief Executive under delegated powers in accordance with Part 2 of the Constitution. So I would like to invite the Chief Executive to introduce the report, which is for noting.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to delegate it to the Monitoring Officer, who I think is actually prepared to report on it.
Righty-ho.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be very brief as this is just for noting. The report details 3 decisions taken by the Chief Executive under delegation. They relate to the making of 3 neighbourhood plans in Eye, Wilby and Drinkstone, and the reason that they were taken out of meeting was in order to comply with the statutory deadlines that are required in terms of making those neighbourhood plans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, item 20, motions on notice. So the first motion under 20A is to consider the motion on notice received from Councillor Pratt. Councillor Pratt, would you like to move your motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm really delighted to be moving this motion. Forgive me for starting off on a cliche. Starry skies inspire awe and wonder, and they are a magical sight that brings stargazers and astronomers into the dark locations of our countryside to seek their connection with the cosmos. However, light pollution prevents us from observing the sky at night. It is the result of artificial lighting at night time, particularly the lighting that shines or scatters upwards into the sky, producing what is known as sky glow over our towns. Sky glow reduces our ability to view celestial objects that would otherwise easily be seen in the contrasting backdrop of darkness. In some places, artificial lighting essentially turns night into day. Street lighting is no longer just a feature of urban landscapes. With new development and changes in the way that we use the countryside, our villages and open country are becoming more brightly lit. Climate change, alongside other environmental and economic concerns and pressures, has led us to replace conventional lighting, such as high-pressure sodium lamps, with LEDs on the basis that they are more energy efficient. In addition to producing an intensely bright light, however, nearly all LEDs emit higher levels of light within the blue region of the light spectrum than their traditional counterparts. Unfortunately, this increased light intensity and the shift in spectral composition towards blue light has impacted wildlife, particularly bats and nocturnal insect populations, and can cause harm to human health and well-being. So lighting, so it is said, can improve the feeling of safety for drivers and pedestrians, but there are also negative human impacts to consider. Studies have suggested that direct exposure to light at night time can have serious health implications. It can particularly affect our body's hormones that are responsible for maintaining sleep patterns. And there is also evidence which presents a direct link to the development of some known cancers, including thyroid cancer. We must also consider that light entering private households can also be seen as a real public nuisance. We understand that biodiversity is in peril. Some estimates predict that 1 million species, or 40% of all insects, will become extinct over the next few decades. And peer-reviewed studies demonstrate how artificial lighting at night has contributed significantly to the insect apocalypse. This is because illumination not only causes disorientation in insects, but affects their natural biological rhythms that control things like foraging, migration, and reproduction that are normally synchronized with daily, monthly, or yearly light cycles. This has really catastrophic implications for insect populations. Studies have shown that artificial lighting at night are extremely disturbing to bats as well, because bats avoid light and change their foraging paths and delay their emergence from their roosts, missing some of the peak time for foraging for insects. So taken together, we must acknowledge the impact of lighting, the impact that lighting is having on human health and the environment. So in our July 2019 meeting, Mid-Suffolk District Council acknowledged the accelerating rate of species extinctions by declaring a biodiversity emergency, and we pledged to bring forward proposals to take action to protect and enhance wildlife in the district. To achieve this goal, we cannot ignore the need to mitigate insect declines in relation to artificial lighting. Well, conveniently, LEDs can be engineered to emit lower levels of blue light using colour filters. We could look at into using things like true amber or phosphor-converted amber PCA LEDs, but brightness can be reduced remotely and progressively dimmed through the night. Lamps can also be timer and sensor controlled, so that they come on for shorter periods of time or only absolutely when necessary. Shields and baffles can be also fitted to reduce sky glow and prevent light from entering households. Other councils are already taking action to reduce the impacts of lighting, in wildlife-sensitive areas especially. So, for example, Worcestershire County Council installed bat-friendly lighting along an A road nearby a local nature reserve. The street lights are designed using colour filters, especially to emit light that affects the natural senses and rhythms of bats, yet which provides enough illumination for residents, making the road and pavement safer while being highly energy efficient. Their lighting does not compromise visibility for drivers and pedestrians and is said to be fully compliant with the required standards.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Similar lighting schemes have been tested in the Netherlands and proved successful in reducing light pollution impacts on wildlife. So today I'm urging councillors to acknowledge the detrimental impacts of artificial illumination at night on human health and nocturnal wildlife. Our council can take action to ensure lighting schemes on all new developments meet the best environmental standards. Where practical, we can apply tighter controls on outdoor lighting in our own buildings, housing stock and public realm. I will just quickly finish up by saying, in doing so, we will show that we both care for the health and well-being of our residents and we account for biodiversity. We show that we are a council that is adaptable in the face of emerging issues in an ever-changing world of information. I invite you to support this motion and, as far as I know, become the second council in Suffolk to commit to reducing light pollution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pratt, for sticking to your time. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Fleming? Right, we're going to move to debate now. Councillors will only be allowed to speak once and for 3 minutes, and this will be timed as normal. Who would like to kick off the debate? Councillor Fleming?
Thank you. I wasn't sure whether I was going to get a slot. I won't speak for long because I think my colleague, Councillor Pratt, has said you know, a lot of most of what's important. But I'm very happy to be seconding this motion. I just want to say a few things that kind of to fill in the gaps. As has been said, artificial lighting has serious environmental consequences for humans, wildlife, and our climate. And light pollution takes the form of glare, which is excessive brightness, causing visual discomfort. Sky glow, or brightening of the night sky, or the orange glow we see over towns and cities. Light trespass, light falling where it is not intended. And clutter, bright confusing signage, for the most part. Now, most of us will have heard recent news about the effects of artificial light on wildlife. And can I just ask, do I have a time limit? Because I had prepared a short...
Yes, you do. You've got time.
I've got time. Okay. I'll try and rattle along. About a BBC programme, and recently in particular, about the effects of artificial life on wildlife, and not just bats, but also in particular insects and other species such as amphibians, birds, mammals and plants. And also, some of you may have heard Lord Debon's recent interview on Radio Suffolk with Mark Murphy, where he advocates no artificial lighting at all in rural villages and reliance on torches. Now, most of us will take that with a slight pinch of salt, but I do have some sympathy for his message. It is important, however, that we as a council understand the implications of artificial light and take steps to control it. So how do we go about doing this? Well, we have committed to preparing a supplementary planning document to increase the protections for biodiversity and wildlife. And we're also considering preparing a design code which would translate the intents of the new NPPF to improve tranquility in the natural world and beauty in particular. Now, having engaged in some initial discussions with
Councillor,
Suffolk
you have
County
30
Council,
seconds left.
30 seconds, right. It is clear to me that there is a lot of scope for improving the lighting schemes that we deliver within this district. I recognise that there must be balance between natural background and the human desire for safety, but I believe that much greater weight should be placed on local sensitivities, and it is time to review this subject and add protections against light pollution through whatever means are available to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, right. I think, given the time constraints, I would like to move to a vote on this particular motion. So I'm going to ask the Corporate Manager, Governance and Civic Office to conduct the electronic vote, please. Councillor Mansell?
I understand we have to leave the building by 10. Even if we have the vote now, I don't believe we've got time to discuss fully the other item on our agenda anyway. And I'm sorry, I thought you said that we were allowed to have a debate on the other thing, and I didn't realise that Councillor Fleming, that was her final summing up. I thought she was just part of the debate, so, but fair enough, I'll...
As there are going to be quite a few members that might want to speak on this, can we not defer it to the next meeting? Because otherwise we're cutting short topics that are worthy of discussion.
I'll ask the monitoring officer for advice.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have a choice at this point. You could choose to adjourn the meeting and the remaining 2 items will then be held over to such a point as we can convene another meeting of the full council. Or you could try to condense your debate, and obviously there isn't a lot of time to do that given the ambition to be out of the building by 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Councillor Hicks?
I'd like to propose adjournment, please.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Humphreys? Okay, so are we...
Sorry, I thought you'd already moved to a vote, and if a member's moved to a vote, then we need to vote, and you'd already said that before, before this conversation started, and I'd be happy to move to a vote.
Okay, so I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Eburn. I perhaps was a little bit hasty in my judgment. I think that in the light of the feeling in the room, I think we should actually postpone this to the next council meeting.
Can I come back, Chair?
Sure.
Thank you very much. If we are going to adjourn, there are 2 items left on the agenda. This meeting has been so long because we didn't have a July meeting, and we did ask that there could be another meeting scheduled after July. So please, could we have a meeting scheduled next week, in a fortnight, in a month, and not have a long gap again, because this is what happens. We just get a build-up of things that need discussing, and it's not very democratic to leave that for a long period of time, to have a really lengthy meeting, and it's not fair on officers either, Chair.
Councillor Mellon?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wasn't entirely sure from the members opposite whether the controversial issue was this motion that we were just starting to debate, or the one that we may have gone on to, which probably we won't go on to now. Both. Thank you.
Well, I think the intent here, Councillor, is that we will restart again with this motion and then the other motion at the next meeting.
Which next meeting? We need to take a vote.
I'm sorry?
We will need to take a vote as well.
Oh, yes.
Chairman, just in terms of rescheduling a meeting, we will work with the chairman to find a suitable date as soon as possible. Obviously, we need to ensure that there are 5 clear working days, so it's unlikely to be next week, but we will work on that as soon as possible to arrange a date where we can return to these items.
Thank you. So I think at this point, Councillor Mansell.
Yeah, can I just clarify that at another meeting, whenever that might be scheduled, that these 2 items are at the beginning of the agenda and not right at the end of the agenda?
I don't think there's sort of an issue with that, but I'll ask the monitoring officer to comment.
Chair, that is entirely possible. Of course, it might be a meeting solely for the purpose of these 2 items if there isn't any other business ready to come forward from the work plan.
Okay, so could we then now please move to a vote on the adjournment? Can we do that by a show of hands?
Yes, we can, Chair.
Right, all those in favour of an adjournment? I think that's unanimously carried. Right, so just, first of all, let me thank each and every one of you for your attention during the course of this very lengthy meeting this evening, and your contributions to questions and debate, as well as my gratitude to the officers for their support and guiding us through the meeting, and indeed, of course, the advisors that came to play their part. As we've just said, we're going to look at a date for another meeting, but currently the next date is tabled for Thursday, the 25th of November, 2021 at 5:30. And this meeting is closed at 9:54.